Hello, 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 everyone. We should be up on YouTube and the Twitch right now. Everything should be good, as far as I can tell at least. Alrighty, how's it going? Monday stream, Monday afternoon stream. We're playing more Monster Hunter. Wasn't really sure what I was gonna play today, to be honest. I thought about it a lot yesterday, and I kind of went back and forth on a few things, but nothing really sounded right, you know? Like, I was thinking about getting First Berserker Kazan and, like, getting that, but I've seen a lot of, like, mixed feelings about that game. And although I like the idea of playing, like, a Souls-like kind of game, I do like Souls, I like Souls-likes, I love Lies of P. I don't know. Something about it just wasn't feeling. It wasn't. I don't know. I didn't feel like it. You know, like I wasn't in the mood for it. I mean, it still could happen later in a future stream, but for now, it wasn't. It wasn't the vibe for today. You know. I know the Digimon Cyber Sleuth is free. It's like free to play for PS Plus members. So I thought about downloading that and playing that, but once again, I don't know, I didn't feel like it. Gotta have the right feeling, right, you know? So there's not really a lot for me to do in Monster Hunter. I've already hunted Zoshia a bunch. I've hunted a few Mizutsunes. There's not really any new content for me to do, so we're just basically gonna do some crown farming. Maybe farm for some decos or talismans or whatever. I did see a video last night talking about how kind of the Zoshia armor works with how it heals and stuff. Apparently, like, the recovery, which is what it does, it increases recovery speed, is good for red health, but after red health, it's actually the medicine, this one right here. This actually increases the amount recovered from the Zoshia's pulse, which means I kind of want this is what I really need. So they recommended crafting where is it, a certain armor. I think it's rarity 5. It's not Comatrace, it's for the particular region. What is it called? I forget what it's called. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I already passed it. Maybe it's rarity 6. Not battle, not high metal. Not commission. Not the Kunafa, is it? Is it the Kunafa? No, I don't think it is. Or maybe it is? Let me check the Kunafa again. Maybe it is Kunafa. Not speed eating. We're looking for the one that gives 3 ranks of the divine of whatever it's called. Divine Blessing, that's what I was looking for. 3 ranks of Divine Blessing. Popolo. I feel like it was a region-specific one. Do I not have access to it? must not have it. Let me see if I can find that video really fast. Alright, let's go to my history. There we go. Okay. Suja sash. Suja. How the hell do I get that? Super helpful website. Oh, so it's in Peaks of Accord, huh? So I'm there now. Traded with NPC trader. Someone trades it here. All right, it's... Where are they? Right here. This person? Seka. So it's only at certain points? That's really annoying. Anyway, they want you to make the Suja sash for this because it has extra slots or whatever for the Divine Blessing. Which is good because it means you'll take less damage.
You know where to find me. Yes. Somebody wants to make a trade.
Trade for the shrimp already. Oh, Zeus, tin leather. What I need for Wilk gem. How do you get the coins is what I want to know, like these. Probably just have to rest to get her to like reset her stuff, right? Let's try resting. Cannot use in this area. What do you mean I can't rest here? Anyway, what I was trying to say is that using the medicine decos is apparently the way to get better healing, and then you really want to go defense up, so I need to make a defense up talisman. But it's just not letting me rest. I'm just not allowed to rest. It's because I'm not connected or anything. I feel like I looked this up though and I didn't see a defense one. Oh, it's just defense boost. I'm dumb. What do I need? Doshagama? Because I'm hunting a Doshagama.
My hammer is yours anytime.
First, let's connect to a something, I guess.
Understood. Yes.
Also think I'm going to turn off my support hunters. I'm only going to do only players. I was having support hunters on, but the truth is support hunters I don't feel anything for them. Like, if the players want to join me, that's cool. But I don't need the support from support hunters. So, I'm just going to turn them off. Mercy Feet Pigs, good lord. That's a name? No, I just can't rest. Why is it not letting me rest? What the hell is going on with that? Just let me frickin' rest, dog. Who do we got in the Wounded Hollow? It's a Tempered Doshagama there, but I need a small Doshagama, not a big one. Tempered's the higher chance of being a large monster, not a small one. Okay, I'll just go here. Maybe it'll let me rest. But yeah, I think we'll just hunt some crowns. It's really all I'm doing right now is I'm like hunting crowns and min-maxing. Okay, I can rest. Inclemency, morning. Hopefully that'll push the time ahead a little bit, enough time for me to get a different item loadout from Suja. Maybe you can't rest in Suja because it doesn't have different weather types there. You can't like make it inclement there because it doesn't do anything. Alright, you.
Would you like to trade something?
I think it's still the same. I'm actually not sure. So it looks like for the Suja stuff, I can only get it from these vendors. So I'm just going to have to keep checking back. Should be a raid out here. We'll check him for his crown real fast. There's no Dushagama. We got quite a few. I was playing yesterday and I got quite a few crowns. Right. Need, no crown. Okay. Balahara I'm done with. Chemitress we can check because I still need a mini crown for the chicken. I need a mini crown for the chickens. No mini crown there. Stop locking onto him. Go check the other chicken. No mini crown there. Alright, let's get out of here. Do we have a large crown Rumpopolo? I don't know if we do, actually. We do. We have a large crown Rumpopolo. So we're looking for a mini crown Rumpopolo. We'll also hunt a Doshagama if I get one to pop up. I could hunt that tempered one, I suppose, too. It's still there. It's not. There's a Doshagama here. Let's go here. Let's go to the forest. We'll hunt that Doshagama. If we're lucky, it'll be a mini crown, but I'm not counting my chickens.
Forget supplies.
I'm gonna take a cat nap.
Doesn't look that small to me. Silver crown. Whatever, we're gonna kill it anyway. Oh, I should have done the sneak attack.
On my way there.
Oof. That was on the chin.
Get a load of these claws.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Nice little days.
Have another one?
Must be having connection issues. I'm probably gonna have to restart the game.
A supply shipment came in. Hope we find something useful.
Oh, he didn't actually hit me, but I thought that was a little too early. I could have clashed him right there.
Careful. Someone's angry.
On the upswing there. Not sure how that didn't hit me.
Time to go on the offensive.
Missed my finisher there. Nice, good hit. Oy. Another big hit. Ooh, chunky chunks.
All right.
Mizitsune. Fair. Hammer's such a simple weapon. Like, you don't have to think too hard about what you're gonna do and what you're trying to find and timing blocks or anything. Just bonk. That's all you do. All you do is bonk.
Load of these claws. Looks like it's moving to a new area.
Didn't quite get the one there. Poor buddy. You're getting bonked on so much, my guy. I'm sorry. Hey, don't mind me sharpening this thing right next to you. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah. Gonna hang out over here now. That's cool.
Gathered some materials too. Check your field pouch.
Where are you going? Ooh, right on the chin. The downside about hammer, though, when it comes to wounds, is your range is so shit. Ooh! That was chunky.
Use this if you need some heals.
Huh? Thank you. That was weird.
Leave this to me. Heals him back. Almost there.
Ooh. Silver crown means it to me. That don't mean nothing to me. Come on. Come on. Let's get out of here, bird. We ain't fighting no Mizitsune right now. Alright, sun's getting real low, big guy. He's a weak boy. Ooh!
Well, take that one.
That was a bonk, alright. Alright. Hopefully we got what we needed.
A potential target has appeared. Check your map when you're ready.
It doesn't matter where we go, as far as crafting this thing goes.
got here fast.
Got something in mind?
Didn't get it. Didn't get the claw.
Done already?
That's a little bit annoying. Claw. From breaking its hand, no? Which I feel like I did. We definitely broke one of its legs. I feel like I could have sworn I saw it seeing that. And it's a 4-star. How did we not get one? Whatever, we'll just have to hunt another one. Alright, we're going to return to the title screen real fast. We're going to restart the game. I don't know, the last 2 days I was having problems with this. It's like yesterday I could not join a lobby to save my life. I don't know why it wasn't letting me. But it just wasn't. Like, every time I went to join a lobby, for some reason, it was not populating anything. It would say, like, searching for lobby, and then immediately disappear. I could not join any lobby. Which makes no sense, really. So I think they need to work out some network kinks in this, because I have disconnect issues all the time. Every time, the last few times, like when I was streaming the other day and fighting Gormagala, like I got to the very end of that fight and then everyone disconnected. Or I disconnected from them. But either way, was having connection issues. Okay, let's join a lobby. And then I'm going to use the restroom real fast. Before we get deep into crown hunting still. I'll be right back.
We got a sale on. Need anything?
we are back. Back to it. Hopefully everything's okay now with creating quests and SOS and all that.
Would you like to trade
Is
something?
anything different here? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's all the same. Okay, we gotta hunt another Doshaguma. So what do we got going on? Still the Rompopolo. Could rest again. I mean, yeah, we're just gonna rest again. Got plenty. We got 57,000 points here. We can use a couple thousand at least on some rests here. Okay.
I heard from the others.
Has this changed?
They said this was our share from the Fire Spring Festival.
Kinda? Maybe not. Maybe it hasn't.
Goodbye.
People actually know each other in this lobby? Okay. We'll check the radar first. And then we'll go look for a Doshaguma. Nope, no crown. We already have a mini crown right now. So we need, we just need a large crown. Large crowns are definitely easier to find than small ones, I've noticed. Ooh, there's a Yang tempered Kutku. I don't have either crown for that. I need a mini crown for a Jarkin. No Doshagumas. I'm not seeing any Doshagumas anywhere. Let's go check. See if this Yang Kutku has got a crown. If not, we'll just mess around in Wounded Hollow until we get a crown. Need a mini crown for a Jarkin. Very talkative in chat. Usually I see people spamming in chat a lot of like their little stickers or whatever. I don't see a lot of actual conversation happening most of the time. He's paralyzed? Did you walk over a frog or something? How the heck did it become paralyzed? Oh, because he crossed the Lalabarina. I think I already have... Yeah, I think, actually no, I think I need a mini crown Lala, right? Yeah, I have large crown, I just need a mini crown for Lala. No crown. Okay. Out of here then. Could check the Kangalas while we're here. No Dushagumas anywhere. Alright. Time to derp around in the Wounded Hollow for a while. Just the slow tedium of going in and out of this place until we find a crown. Mini crown. That is. He looks kind of small. Not small enough, though. You're not mini crown small. Sorry, bud. They're so talkative and friendly in this server. That's so wild. You never see that. Hopefully the audio on the stream is okay, by the way. I'm not wearing headphones today. I feel like the audio coming out of my desktop is quiet enough that it shouldn't feed through the microphone in like a loop. I hope not. I mean, no one's in here to tell me otherwise, so not much I can do about that, but hopefully it sounds okay. Y'all got that Discord? Apparently only 4 of us are in it. They're typing so fast, too. They must have a keyboard. Well, I guess this game is cross-platform, right? Or maybe is it cross-platform? Actually, I don't know if it is cross-platform. I know that they released that PC at the same time, which is a first, because both Rise and World had a later PC release. Whereas this game released simultaneously on PC, which is cool. And honestly, how it should be. But I don't know if it's cross-platform as in PC players play with PS5 players. I'm actually not sure about that. What I do know is they're typing very fast, so they must be using some kind of keyboard. Whether it's on their phone, or they have a keyboard attached to their PS5, or what. Not sure how I feel about my look either. I kind of like my look, but at the same time I kind of don't. I don't know, I was toying with my look a lot yesterday. I was making different armor things and checking out different things and seeing how stuff looked. And I really wanted to use this helmet specifically because I really like the new Udra helmet. I think it's dope. But I don't want there to be weird clipping, you know? It's so easy to have a lot of weird clipping happening with all of your different cloaks and helmets and, you know, fur and all of the things. There are so many things. All these armor sets in this game have so many different things. So many things that can clip through other things. So I wanted to have like an armor that wouldn't really make the clipping weird with the helmet. Silver crown, not enough. And this one, you can see, like, has an opening in the back. So it actually works really well with this hood. And although there can be, like, you can see some of the weird clipping right now.
Mind if I hop on?
With the helmet, it's not that bad. It doesn't happen that often. So I think this chest piece actually works kind of well with this helmet. It's not the only one. There were a few other armor pieces I decided between. But I just like the look of this one with kind of, like, the markings on it and everything. It looked really nice. And then it's hard for me to get away from the Raydao, like, waist because it looks so great. I love the big purple, like, glowing skull or demon face on it. It doesn't go with everything, and I don't know if it goes super well with this look, but I just really like how it looks. And then the pants. It's hard for me to get away from these pants either. I was trying some other ones. I was trying the the new Udra. I was trying the new Udra pants for a little bit, but it just didn't feel right or look right. So I looked at a few, and there were some that kind of looked right, but it's just I love these like freaking samurai pants. They just really have the look that I like. I was also using a different helm too. I was using the Kongala helm for a little bit, which I think kind of looks cool and kind of looked good. And then I was using the Gormagala helm, which I think actually looked really cool. It was actually a really cool look with my battle armor. I think that also was a great look. The only thing I didn't like about that combo was that how my neck looked. The way that it had the gap between the helmet and the chest piece. This one there's natural gaps you can see between the arms, so the neck doesn't look so out of place. Whereas with that one, the only thing that was exposed was my neck underneath the helmet, so it just didn't like fit together as seamlessly as I would have liked. Whereas with the Arkveld helm was like kind of a lot more seamless between all of the armor. The only thing is I never really liked the Arkveld like visor part, the part where the eyes are being like that color blue. It just kind of stood out in a weird way, where it didn't like look as flush as everything. Whereas this one feels a little bit more flush because I'm running the same color on the mask as I am with like my belt, and my pants are all kind of the same color, and then the rest of me is gold with like accents of red. I think it kind of works pretty well. The overall design works fairly well. The only thing, like I said, is this waist. I feel like is not 100% matchy match. It's like the color is not quite perfect, and the design of it is a little bit funky with the like scaling of it, as far as like matching the rest of my look. But at least for now, I'm going to stick with it until I see anything better, or until a new monster drops with cooler armor. Just give me the mini crown. Or have a Deshagama show up somewhere that I can hunt. Wow, there's not a single thing in the ice shard right now. Yeah, nothing. Nothing else has spawned in. Nothing else has changed. We could rest again and try to re-roll everything. But no. We have an opportunity to hunt for a mini crown here. We're going to go for it because mini crowns are definitely way harder to get than big crowns. Yesterday I was doing this with a Rathalos. Because I have a large crown Rathalos, I was trying, specifically aiming for mini crown. And who knows how many times I did this. I was doing it so many times, trying to find that mini crown Rathalos. I never got it. Never happened. I was here for the entirety of it being here, and then it left. And I never got it. I've done this strategy several times with many different monsters, and almost every time that I've actually hunted the monster that appears here, it's off of a large crown and not a small one. I think I got a mini crown Nursilla and a mini crown Arkveld were the two that I found here that were actually mini crowns.
We sure got here fast.
Every other monster I've gotten from Wounded Hollow has been a large crown. You find so few mini crowns in the wild, too. I think I only have maybe like 8 or so mini crowns, whereas I have like 15 or so large crowns. That's going to be the most tedious, is if I want to go for all mini crowns. It's going to be so tedious to get all of them all. Not interested, thank you. Can you get rid of that, please? Can I not? Oh, I can't do anything from here. Interesting. So I can't actually do any mod actions from the Streamlabs chat? Really? Okay. I'll just do it from Twitch then. There you go. Bye-bye. Okay. Sorry about that. What was I doing? Or what was I talking about? I guess I could, you know, search for a Dashagama as well. I don't have to, like, find one myself. I could always just, like, see if anyone's hunting right now on the SOS. Or I could even do an optional quest to take one out. It's not like I have to find one just roaming. We'll keep doing this for a hot minute. And if I get tired of the back and forth, I will I'll go try to hunt one through other means. A Dashagama, I mean. We also end up playing something else. Like, I could jump into Hitman and mess around in Hitman. The main reason why I haven't and may not is simply because part of me feels like playing Hitman on stream would be a little bit boring to watch. I mean, granted, this isn't the most riveting gameplay, seeing me go back and forth between two different areas. But there's a lot of, like, save scumming in Hitman. When you're still learning the maps and you're figuring out how to do things, so much save scumming. I feel like it's just like it's not that exciting or interesting because it's like there's no real risk reward, you know? What are you really risking? You're just gonna save and then reload if it doesn't go exactly how you want it to go, right? It's probably why I don't play Hitman that often, is because it's more like just learning the maps and learning how to do things. And the real, like, interesting part of playing the game is doing, like, suit-only runs. That's like you play the maps and you do a lot of saving and reloading and figuring stuff out. And although there still is a lot of saving and reloading in suit-only, it's like you're engaging your brain more because you're, like, planning stuff out. You're actually planning, like, where you're going to go and what you're going to interact with, who you need to take out, in what ways you're actually going to assassinate your targets that'll make it so that you don't get spotted, so that you don't kill anyone unnecessary. So it's like you spend like an hour or 2 hours completely casing an entire map, doing everything. Because usually it's the last thing I do. I'm not saying everyone does this, this is what I do. Like canvassing the entire map, learning all of the things about all of the story missions and all of the little details here and there about what you do and how you can assassinate all these different characters. And then once I feel like I've done everything in the entire mission that I like want to do, not like everything, it's not like I'm a full completionist where I do every single thing that I could possibly do in a map, because that's just a lot. But once I feel satisfied, once I've hit like level 20 or whatever in an area, then I'll do my like suit only run of that level. Plenty of silver crowns, nothing else. But anyway, I feel like that's just like, it's not the most fun thing to watch. Like, it's not like Hitman is like not fun at all to watch. It's still like an enjoyable experience, I would say, just to see like how I would accomplish these things and how I would do these things and my thought process on taking out targets and whatnot. But the first like part of every single mission that you do, I do the story missions, which is very handholdy. So it's not like it's that interesting at any level, honestly. Anyway, long-winded thing, but what I'm trying to say is that I don't know if I'm going to play Hitman on stream. It's kind of the only other game I was thinking about playing today was Hitman. Because I'm not really playing anything else. And I already talked about like Kazan and Digimon and stuff, because those are other games I was considering. I could like just play a PS4 game, maybe, but I don't know what I would even play. I also considered continuing my Elden Ring randomizer. That's another thing, because Elden Ring is fun, and I've played Elden Ring like crazy. But I don't know. Something about the randomizer wasn't that engaging. It's cool to see like bosses in random spots or enemies in random spots and like learning how to deal with them and stuff in areas you would never expect. Hey Aussie, what's up, bud? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. But anyway, what I was saying about the randomizer is just like it basically is like a coin toss, right? It's either in every area you go to, it's going to be real brain dead, easy baby enemies that are clumped together, or you have like one or two dragons or bullshit enemies, and then you just have to completely avoid that spot, you know? So, I don't know, the randomizer is something. I might still go back to it at some point, but right now I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Oh, I finished my my Baldur's Gate solo playthrough last night. I hadn't picked it up in like about 2 months now because I was right at the end of Act 3. Or I only had a couple things left to do in Act 3 if I even wanted to do them. But I was already at a point where I knew that I was fine, that I could finish the playthrough with that character and it wouldn't have been a problem. Like, it was no longer like a challenge or even a question anymore as if it could be done, but more of like, when would it be done? So I decided to just finish it up because tomorrow is actually the big patch 8, where they're going to release like a new subclass for every class in the game and probably overhaul some things, fix bugs, fix a lot of problems. So there's a good chance it could not only break saves, but break mods that I have installed. So there is a non-zero chance that I may have to do a fresh install of the whole game. So I was like, I just need to finish. I just need to finish that playthrough up and be done with that playthrough so I can say that I have indeed finished it. And hilariously, I basically killed the final boss in a single turn with that character. Like, that character is all about crazy survival, like survivability, not really like crazy damage. But I was still able to do fairly crazy damage by the end of that run. The most interesting part at the very end was actually taking out Gortash, because I just like stealthed. I just I drank an invisibility potion, walked past all the traps and all the guards, walked up behind him, and just initiated combat. The downside of that is there's a bunch of enemies in his room, and I kept getting maimed by the stupid fucking robots. So I couldn't like run up to him and start stabbing him, so I just like started drinking potions and healing myself. Eventually I was able to get over to him and I was able to kill him, but I was actually taking a fair amount of damage in that room. Like, that was surprisingly being hit more often than I felt like I should have been. But I saw some moves that Gortash actually was able, because he lived for more than a couple turns, I was actually able to see him do things that I've never seen him do before. Because normally in a regular playthrough of Baldur's Gate, like, everyone, by the time you're fighting Gortash, your entire party is so overpowered and beefed up, even on the hardest difficulties, that you're usually able to melt him in like a single turn. Especially if you like do everything beforehand that you were supposed to. Like, I didn't even take out the fucking factory where all the sentinels were coming from. I just left it up. I was like, I don't care. I'm not going to do everything in Act 3. I finished what the thing I was already doing, which was taking out Ethel, but then I just like skipped probably half of the content in the city because I was like, I don't need any other items, I don't need any other gear, and I don't need any experience, so there's no point in me doing anything else than just rushing to the final boss and finishing this run. Yeah. But anyway, that run is over now. And it was fun and it was interesting. It's definitely like Act 1 was where the meat and potatoes of that run was like figure out how to do it and if it could be done. Since you have so little tools available to you. I think the next thing I do when I play Baldur's Gate after the patch drops, it's not going to be right away probably. But I think because there's actually an achievement to play through the game leveling up a character where you multi-class into every single class without respecking, and that's going to be the next thing that I do. What did that person say? He said Uth doing a mini crown, right? No, where's the how the fuck do you get to the chat log? There it is. The bottom, dumbass. Anyone can help me. Okay, I went to the top of the list there. Weird. I haven't found a mini crown or a large crown for Uthaduna, so I can't help that person. But if someone were to post, I would definitely join that quest. If I saw someone say anything. There have been a couple times people have posted their crown quests in the chat, and I've joined in on them and gotten the crown, which was nice. That's how I got the mini Ray Dow crown. The Leviathans are definitely the hardest to farm crowns for because they'll never spawn in this thing, which means you have to waste a lot of points resting, or just get lucky, or have friends who have done it. I have both sides crowns for Arkwell, which is nice. But that's because he spawned in on at the Wounded Hollow. I don't think any of the Leviathans spawn in here. Silver crown, silver crown, silver crown. I know they haven't said anything and it probably isn't going to happen, but I really hope that in this patch 8 for Baldur's Gate that they add like a bunch of new items into the game, like weapons and armor and stuff, because that's honestly I feel like that's what the game really needs, is just a lot more weapons and armor. Because there are some classes that just very clearly and obviously have a lot to work with as far as like build types and stuff, like things you can give them, because they obviously put a lot of weapons and armor for specific classes in the game. Like there's a lot of freedom you have as like a charisma class, for example, like as a warlock, paladin, bard, sorcerer. Those are all for like a third of the classes in the game are all using charisma. They're all like charisma is their main stat. So you have a lot of like flexibility when you're like playing a charisma character for like how to build your character in like all kinds of crazy interesting ways. But if you're playing like a wizard, the only class in the game that uses like intelligence as their main stat, you have very little that you can actually do. Like there is not a lot to work with. That being said, I don't think Wizard is like the worst class in the game. I think Druid is actually the worst class in the game, despite the fact that Cleric is also a wisdom-based class. Turns out there's a lot of things you can give your Cleric. Your Cleric has a lot of versatility too. Maybe because one of the main characters, like Shadowheart, is a Cleric naturally, so they wanted to make sure that she had stuff to work with. Whereas the only Druid that comes to your team naturally is... Well, no, actually none of them do. There is no natural druid. All of them you have to recruit. Bad news. What's a bad news? What do you got going on? You got all the parts for your PC? Uh-oh. Case's front panel is broken. Okay. That's, it's not that bad. It's not like you're getting bricked parts that are showing up dead or whatever. It's a lot worse if, like, your, motherboard was, like, cooked or something showing up. Because then it's obviously you have to put your whole PC together before you even know there's a problem. Oh, you got it from Corsair? Nice. They'll definitely take care of you then. Corsair's good peeps. Sorry to hear that, though. Sorry to hear that it showed up shattered, my guy. That's really too bad. I know I would be a little bit bummed for sure because I'd be excited to like put the rig together and then obviously can't do anything. I mean I wouldn't, because it's probably not that great to have. I mean, I don't know if it's glass or whatever it is, if it's just like that hard plexi or how it is, but you know, you'd have to take your whole PC apart and put it all back together. Plus, you don't want to leave it like open to the elements. It's glass, yeah. I mean, personally, I wouldn't. I would wait, just because I wouldn't want a big open panel exposed for critters to crawl into. You know, spiders, bugs, or whatever. A lot more dust. Yeah, if you do, that would be really annoying. But it depends, you know? I don't know how they do things. I don't know if they would just send you the part. I mean, Corsair obviously manufactures a lot of their own stuff, so it's very possible that they'll just send you the panel as a replacement, but it depends on how that thing is put together. I mean, if it's all, like, basically they only have it as one solid thing, then they might send you a new one and then... But if you do have to send yours back, they would send you the new one and then you would put it in the box. Usually that they send to you. That's like the box within the box. Or maybe even the same box. Which you would send back. So you'd have access to like your new like tower before, like at the same time as you having to send it back. So it wouldn't slow anything down. Either way, I'm sorry to hear that it's broken. That's a bummer. When I finally get around to building a new PC, who knows when that'll be. If I had that same problem, I would definitely be super bummed. Because I'd be really excited to like finally set it up and use it after so many years. Boxes and boxes, yeah, I bet. I bet. i5? You mean that's your processor, like your CPU, or are you saying that's the name of the tower? CPU? Really? You went with an i5, huh? Why did you decide to go for i5? Was it really a really good deal or something? I feel like i5 is a pretty outdated CPU at this point. I mean, even this rig I have an i7 in, and I haven't updated the CPU in like 1,000 years. But I don't know. I don't know what the CPU stuff going on is. I don't know what like the top Intel CPUs are right now. I don't know if they're doing i9s or if i7 is still like the standard or what. The hell is that? Oh, he's leaving. I was like, what is that thing up there? It's saying currently unavailable because he's fucking off. Alright, let's see what we got. Whole lot of Jack Diddley. Let's go to the Grand Hub. And we'll see if we can find a Dashagama quest that someone else has posted. Yeah, if going from up to 14 cores from 4 is that is insane.
Everyone in the village said they can help too.
Hasn't changed. I wonder how often that stuff resets.
Goodbye.
Because I'd love to get that fucking Suja waistband.
Yeah.
Alright. We're looking for Doshagama. It doesn't have to be tempered. But we will look for a tempered one anyway, because higher chance that be able to get stuff. Oh, that's the one right there. We may not get a mini crown off of this, but as long as we can get the stupid claw. DDR5? Okay. Cool. I think that's what I would do too, is probably DDR5 in a new rig if I were to build one right now. I think I still have 3 DDR3, but I was trying to upgrade to 5.
Everything?
But my motherboard can't actually, is not compatible. So I could not. That was the last thing I tried to upgrade on this PC too, was the RAM. I tried to upgrade from, what was it? I think I have 8. I was trying to go from 8 to like 32. I was like really gonna go big. So I got like 2 sticks of 16, but they weren't compatible. God, he just cannot stand up, can he? This poor guy. Poor little baby. But yeah, I had to send that RAM back, and I haven't tried to get any more since then. Because I mean, honestly, it's the RAM. It's not amazing, but it's enough to handle everything that I want to do with it. And then whenever I get a new computer, I will definitely get some juicy RAM. Alright, we just need a claw. Okay, we got it. Hopefully this will be enough for the upgrade, if I already don't have enough. Talisman. Oh. It's frickin' it's low rank. It's a low rank claw. I have to kill a baby Doshagama. Okay. That's a horse of a different color.
Yes.
let's turn off the automatic SOS because I don't need anyone joining in on a baby quest. And then we will fight one of the first monsters we ever fought. A 1-star Doshagama. Should go pretty fast.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared? The guild sent us supply items.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the day I can get a new PC. So I will definitely have a... He's so tiny. Is he? Maybe not. Maybe he's not tiny. He actually looks kind of normal. Yeah, he's normal. Not that I don't know if low rank even has crowns, but... Second too soon for that clash.
Now's our chance.
$2017? Wow, yours isn't even that. Well, I guess 2017 was 8 years ago now. That's a fair amount of time. I was like, oh, 2017, that's not even that long ago. No, it is a long time ago. 1063 gigabyte, yeah. Yeah, it was definitely time. Alright. So I can't even hit that wound. From 3 to 8, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a huge upgrade for sure. You're gonna notice a big difference in your computer's ability to handle shit, for sure. But don't get upset if like you have some struggles with Cyberpunk, because it's just a game. It's not gonna run perfectly. Death Stranding, really? It's on PC now. Director's cut. I wish I cared about Death Stranding. But I just like, I like Kojima. He's a cool guy. Definitely a big fan of the Metal Gear Solid games. But I don't know, something about Death Stranding just like never appealed to me. I don't know if it's with the weird, trippy stuff in it or whatever it is. Honestly, I'm not sure. I can't put my finger on it, but something about it. The celebrity connection, the Monster Energy drinks, The walking around the world, the weird sci-fi channel story. I don't know. I can't get into it.
How can I serve?
Defense. Guardian Doshagama. Still low rank, probably, huh? Yeah, it's still low rank. Alright, I'm gonna hunt a low rank Guardian now.
Yes.
What is it? Optional. No, that's high rank. We want low rank. Low rank, there it is. Yeah, of course they're gonna have the Metal Gear Solid references in his games.
The hunt is on.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
Oh, someone wants to offer food.
Those supplies will help
That's
with
cool. You still want to do that once I've finished killing this thing? Hopefully. What are you fighting? Ooh, caught him on that one. Oh, you give me that wound, you jerk. I earned it. Didn't give me my upswing.
Plunder someone here. All right with you.
Don't worry about the terrain. You ain't gonna live long enough for any of that. Excuse me, sir. I don't remember what we needed. Claw? Was it a claw? Well, we got one if that's what we needed. Give me a second, I'll be right back. I think my lip is bleeding a little bit. Alright, sorry about that. Someone else was a hammer user over here. I thought? Oh, maybe not. We were just seeing the icon next to mine. No, no, you're right here. In their very interesting dripped out samurai look. They should be using a long sword, but you do you, buddy. You do you. Anyway. Let's craft this
Come on over.
business.
Do you have any requests?
Guardian Doshagma Fang. Oh, it was a Fang that I needed? And I didn't get one?
Safe wandering.
Son of a...
Right.
Okay, let's do it again. Alright, I think we're gonna use the charge blade for this. It's gonna be faster.
Okay, let's be on our way.
As much as I enjoy the hammer and it is fun, it's a slower clear. Without a doubt, it is slower. You definitely can bully the monster a lot more with the hammer. But the charge blade just does so much more damage. Attacking right there. Oh, that was junky. Look how fast we nearly almost killed it. It's like a minute, 30 seconds. Like how fast has it been? And it's dead.
My partner.
Nice work, Hunter. Let's head back.
Yeah, the clear time's always going to be much faster with this weapon, honestly. Just hits so hard. Okay, got a bunch of fur. If we have to farm it more, then shouldn't be too bad. We did not get it. There's no chance we got it there.
Come on over. Do you have any requests?
Guardian Doshaguma Fang. Unless it is high rank, and I don't think it is, though. Yeah, no, it's low rank. It's 100% low rank.
Yes.
We just have to break its face, apparently. Well, I'm sure it'll run fine, honestly. The RE engine is pretty well optimized. It's pretty solid. Like when I was running Resident Evil 2 Remake on my PC,
Monster, are we after
I never had a single problem with it.
Do you have everything?
I don't even think it like crashed or anything. Like it ran amazingly. And it's not like this PC is that souped up or anything. I feel like I was blocking in time, but maybe not. Big damage.
power up?
And it's dead.
That's my partner.
Come on, give me the fang. It's the fang, right? God, it's just fur, nothing but fur.
With new data.
Good boy.
wasting my time right now.
Come on over. How can I serve?
I have to like break its face, yeah? No, you only get from target rewards and carving. So it doesn't matter. And you only have a 20% chance to get it off a carve. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. Oh, excuse me. Oh, good lord. Is there anyone running an SOS for low rank Doshaguma? Where is it? I mean, no, it's just all story shit, so it doesn't even matter. I'm not gonna make my life any easier or faster doing that. Fuck it, we're just gonna keep hunting these things to extinction until it gives me what I want. Thank you, thank you. You know, I just realized that I could mute myself before I sneeze now. Beforehand, it was a little bit of a pain because if I was like playing a game on PC, for example, I would have to like tab out to mute myself before the sneeze happened, and there's no way I would be fast enough for that. And when I'm playing on PS5, it's like I'm focused on that, and so to have to switch over to my PC suddenly. Basically, the long and short of it is that there's no way I'd be able to mute myself fast enough for you to not hear my sneeze. But now that I have this setup that I'm using right now, I hypothetically could mute myself before I sneeze, and it would not interrupt anything. I just didn't. Excuse me, sir? Okay, I'm just letting you hit me at this point.
This'll freshen you up quick.
What the fuck you mean the wound is gone? You're killing my clear times here, sir. Oh my god, and the wound is closing up, you bastard. Killing your father, Larry. Don't move. Moved. The bastard moved at the last second to avoid the big whammy.
This'll freshen you up quick.
Favorite Mon, as in like in Monster Hunter? That's a hard question, dude. Jeez. If it's my favorite monster from like how it looks perspective, probably Safi Jiva. If it's my favorite monster to fight, maybe Teostra. Teostra I feel like I have like a rivalry with because I used to struggle so much with Teostra in World because I was a hammer main. And Teostra can hit so freaking hard. And then in Rise I kind of figured out Teostra and I was using Longsword in Rise. But Teostra is always like, to me Teostra is like always a challenge. Teostra is never easy. Like, I always have to be on alert and on guard with Teostra. And from extension, Lunastra, I think is the name of the variant. Oops. It's not what I meant to do. Well, it's done now. I also really like Nargacuga. Nargacuga is a favorite for sure. Okay, we got the Fang, we're good.
Look at the view data.
And I don't like Tigrex. Tigrex can fuck off. Tigrex to me is one of the most annoying monsters to fight. But I didn't start really playing Monster Hunter until World, so it's like there's a lot of monsters that I don't know about from all the other games.
You have any requests? Should I begin?
Gravios Carapace. No, Gravios is only high rank, I believe.
My hammer is yours.
So we can turn our stuff back on.
I heard from the others. Yes.
We're gonna need another meal here.
Understood.
Nope. Are you still offering? They might. It looks like they're still offering. I killed those things so fast that the meal opportunity did not go away.
Wow, we sure got here fast.
I don't know. Do you have a favorite monster at all? If you play Monster Hunter, I'm actually not sure if you do.
Welcome.
But if you're saying Mon is in my favorite Pokemon, now that's a different question. My favorite Pokemon is Machamp. I'm a big time lover of fighting type Pokemon, but I'll also have a special place in my heart for Charizard, of course, the OG. Gravios. That's what I needed to fight Gravios. Not seeing any. Ooh, there's a Tempered New Udra. Let's go there and check that out real fast. Because I do not have any crowns for New Udra, so...
On my way there.
Nope, no crown. Alright, let's go back to the hub. We don't have... We have a large crown for Gormagala, and Gormagala will also spawn in the, Gormagala also spawns in the whatever it's called, Wounded Hollow, so I don't have to worry about that one too much. It's really only the Leviathans I have to worry about.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see if anyone's hunting Gravios. Any tempered low ranks? Just kidding. Sure, if we can join that one. You know, back in the day when I played World, I thought it was so important to have, like, the correct elemental type for all of these different monsters. Like, I had a hammer for, like, every element, so that if I was going up as a particular monster that was weaker to water, or weaker to fire, or weaker to paralysis or something, I would make sure to bring that specific hammer along with me. And I don't know if this is a newer thing with like World and Rise and Wilds or whatever. Maybe in older games like it was like that and you did that and that was like the correct thing to do. But I feel like in this game, or at least in World and in Rise and in this game, that's not at all. That's like not what you're supposed to do. You bring your best weapon to like every scenario. And sometimes you might need to swap it out depending on if a monster has a particular weakness to something that's, you know, like for instance, I'm using Blast, so if I were to fight a monster that was really resistant to Blast, I might not want to bring this, but in fact, bring a different weapon. But that's not really the case, you know, it's like, do the thing that does the most damage is like always the meta in the newer games. Which is why clear times, I think, have gotten so ridiculous in Monster Hunter, like people are clearing shit in like 2 minutes regularly. Which is like, you know, back in the day, even in World, it's like, to clear things that quick was like, just didn't happen. So it's like, I'm a little rusty with my charge plate at the moment. Well, I got my buff. I was about to be pissed. I was like, at the last second, it's going to deny me. I'm going to check after this, actually, to see if this monster is resistant to Blast, because if it is, I'll switch to the hammer. Let's go right now. Fuck off, Guardian Secrets. No, it's not. It's not resistant to it. That's why Blast and Paralysis are so strong in this game, is because, like, almost no monsters are resistant or immune to these things. Can we get a wound, though? A wound would be great. There's got one on the wing. Can I get over there? Let me in there. Ooh, that was big. That one felt good. Move. Suddenly stop. Ooh, close. Where you going, bud? Way to catch him. Okay. Cool. That's an interesting look. See what this longsword person looks like if they would stop running around like crazy. Never mind. I have no idea if we got what we needed to get here. I would have preferred to carve, but it's fine. It's not my decision to make. Salvo. What did we need? Did we need a claw or a fang or something? No, we got it. We got what we needed.
Can I proceed?
Okay, so we got Defense Charm 3. That's what it is. 4. So I have 4 pips in defense, which is actually really good. Because I think at 4 pips you start to get the percentage boosts, yeah. And then all elemental resistance is up. That's really big. Should already have max of agitator, but I can always fill that in if I need to. Do I have counter already on? I already have 1 rank of counter on. I must get it from an armor piece or something. I don't know if that's better than Tenderizer, though. Because if I'm not getting knocked back, I'm never getting the bonus, right? Whereas Tenderizer is going to always take an effect as long as I'm hitting them in a weak spot. Alright. Now what we need is to get those the frickin' waste.
Somebody wants to make a trade.
Silled. Just silled. Hiya. Like, never pops up, does it? I'm sure it's popped up for me in the past. I probably just didn't have what I needed to get it. But fuck you, man. Give it to me. Alright, well, I guess we're back to crown hunting for now. I do not need Nursilla. That's the same new Udra, I imagine. Let's, I guess we're just gonna randomly hunt like Ray Dows for a hot minute.
Yeah.
See if we can get a large crown one. I mean, it doesn't matter which one I join, right? It's not like it tells me that there's a crown in the fucking quest info here, so. We're just gonna hunt them. We're just gonna help people, and we're just gonna hunt them until we get a crown. There's no real, like, surefire strategy to getting crowns. For these, at least for Leviathans, I feel like.
By order of
So
the
it's
guild.
just like, this is as good as a strategy as any, right?
We received
Where is
supply
it?
items. Don't let them go to waste.
It's right there. This will probably be faster to go from here, right?
Our destination's just a quick hop from here.
Alright, well this would be a good test here if I take damage to see like how much that defense talisman changed for me as far as taking damage. Granted, I don't have the divine intervention ability on right now. So it won't be like crazy damage reduction. But it should be somewhat noticeable.
I'll see you back.
It's gunlights. Gunlights away. I did not even see what happened there. Oh, right, shield. He is schmoving, bud. What the? His tail randomly flailing is what hit me? What? No, you don't. No, you don't. Come on, get him. No, thank you. Oh my god, he's right there. Shy Blue came to say hello. This is gonna be big damage right here. Yeah, perfect block. Oh, nice. Nice flash. This may be one of the only times I've ever hunted a monster that I absolutely needed nothing from. Literally just crowns. No pieces, no armor, no rewards, nothing from Poodles. So if he's not a crown, and he probably isn't, then it's just pointless to kill these things. Take all the wounds. I need one of those for my buff. It's fine. Missed me. I didn't even see the flash pod. Just had to saw it off real fast. Where you going, my guy? You ain't gonna survive. Hope you know that. I always flip-flop back and forth. Like the last couple times I've played, I've like flip-flopped back and forth between the charge blade and the hammer. Because there's like pros and cons to both, right? Pros of the charge blade is it definitely does way more damage, and I have the ability to block at least half the time. So I have really good offense and pretty solid defense. The con is that I'm stuck behind trying to get a wound. Like I either need a wound to be here or to get a perfect block, and neither of those are like something I can consistently make sure to have. Like it's like I can't guarantee when the monster's gonna do an attack that I can for sure block and get my counter. And there's no guarantee that a wound is gonna be there, especially if I'm playing online with other people. They could take all the wounds away before I have a chance to use them to buff up, right? So using a charge blade isn't always going to be the best solution as far as doing that damage. Like the ceiling is there. The ceiling is higher than the hammer to do way more damage, but it's not a guaranteed consistent damage, right? Nice, got the gem. Don't know if I'll use it, but I got it. Let's see, was he a crown? Nothing interesting there. No, he was not a crown. Didn't expect him to be, but you know, a man can dream. A man can dream. Alright, let's look for another one. It's like I want to do one with mostly like part rewards and not RTN rewards. Because RTN shit is like practically useless to me. Like I could min-max this weapon more to try to get perfect rolls, but that's it. And even if I do get perfect rolls, my damage is not gonna like double or anything. It'll only improve by maybe like probably like 5%, which is not nothing, but it's like not that amazing either. Anyway, what I was trying to say is like the pro con for the hammer is like the pro is like I'm always on, right? Like I always have the ability to do everything I want to do at any moment, at a given moment. The pro is also that I have the ability to stun the monster, and usually like having that extra layer of being able to stun the monster consistently really allows you to keep the hurting on that monster without giving them a chance to like breathe, really, especially when you're in a group of people also doing other things like paralysis or sleep, or just like laying on constant damage, right?
Have everything?
He's way out there. Oh, he's all the way in there already? Holy shit, dude. The downside to the hammer is that it definitely is not super high damage. You have like big damaging single moves, but your like big damaging single moves are not nearly as big as like the greatsword's big damage. It's like chunky for sure, but it's not like, whoa, that's a crazy gigantic number. It's like, oh wow, I just did like 400, 500 damage in a single hit, as opposed to doing like 200. What is my fucking secret doing? It is like spazzing out. I have it on auto right now, just so that I don't have to wear down my sticks at all. Okay, I was running at full speed. Just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm going full speed or not. Give me that. Yeah, so it's not like the damage is super huge, so that's, I think, like the negative. And you have to sharpen more consistently using the hammer. And its range isn't amazing, especially for like doing damage to wounds and stuff. So there's a definitely like some drawbacks to using the hammer for sure. I'd say the only reason why I've fish for why I end up using the charge blade is because I get tired of how slow my clears are with the hammer. But then I switch to the hammer when I get tired of fishing for wounds with the charge blade. We're all shield users here. Oh, no, we're not. One's a lance. Well, one's lance. Oh, wow, we got three out of 4 shield users. This up. Time to lane in. I mean, granted, I wouldn't be using the hammer at all if it wasn't for Zoshia. Zoshia is what made me, like, switch to using the hammer. Two people just suddenly left for no reason. It's got to be connection related. Oh, I'm gonna get disconnected too here. Watch. Maybe not. They're still here. But yeah, because Zoshia like never got wounds, it's like I felt like I was purely relying on perfect blocking, and all the times I have perfect block, it's like the attack would be so much where there was so much like hit stun recovery off of the block that I would never be able to get my counter out and actually get the buff applied. That's why. So it's like if I fight Zoshia, I'll continue to use the hammer, but I think for most monsters, I'm probably just gonna stick with charge. Yeah, there was the disconnect. What is it? Like their servers must be having issues. Because now I have a support hunter with me, even though I technically have that feature turned off for myself.
Make sure to grab anything a monster leaves behind.
You know what? Since I have no people with me, there's no point in me staying in here, unless this is a crown. Yeah, it's not.
Not good.
There is 0 point in me killing this thing if I'm by myself, because I don't need anything from it. I don't need parts. I don't need shit.
The hubs are buzzing.
Okay, there's other people in the server here still. Alright, let's try that again.
Yes.
If the same thing happens again, I'll just quit out of the game and relaunch it again like I did before. God, it's just all fucking RT and garbage. I get that you're supposed to fight tempereds for RT and stuff, and that's the main reason why you fight them, is to get a bunch of RT and things to min-max.
We got this.
But if I'm going to be completely honest, the RT and grind is not only super uninteresting,
We got this.
it makes everyone's weapons look the same. Like before Zoshia, before this patch dropped, every single person in the game was running RT and shit. So it's like it looked like everyone was basically using the same weapon. It was really an uninteresting, like visually uninteresting, and for the meta reasons uninteresting. Like I understand why RTNs are a part of the game. It's to get you to keep playing, right? Like, it's to get you to min-max. It's to get you to farm monsters for RT and stuff, to keep doing it. It's to put you into the endgame loop of just trying to get the best possible RT and weapon with perfect rolls, right? I fully understand that. It's just like, it's uninteresting. That's a boring way for me to me, that's just, it just is. Even though I fully understand it, it's like once you get to the end game Monster Hunter, it's basically what you're doing is you're looking for perfect rolls. That's all you're doing. There's not enough end game content in this game otherwise for you to do anything different. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at is that I feel like RTN's things are not that engaging or interesting. Here I am using one anyway because it's just the best option. Now I could use the Zoshia weapon, but because it's dragon, it may not always be the best scenario, like weapon for every scenario. Though I am tempted to. You fucking bitch with your wiggly tail. Got no wounds on you, huh? I don't think I blocked that. I think I've actually took the damage from it. Look how little damage I actually took. That's fucking wild. And this is only with, like, defense, what, 5? 4? I don't agree with it taking that damage there. Come on, give me a wound here. I'll take that. I'll take that. The main issue I have with the Charge Blade, of course we have 2 Dual Blade users, so every wound is going to be sucked up the second it appears. But like Charge Blade has like no gameplay outside of this, like outside of using the charged axe and just like going ham with it. Like when you're in Sword and Shield mode, you have such a limited moveset. I feel like I'm doing the same 3 moves and only them forever. I think that was a big reason why I ended up using the hammer against Zoshia, because I got tired of doing the same 3 moves 1,000 times during that fight. I feel like I was doing only 1/10 of my potential damage. Fuck you. I'm getting hit by everything in this game. Let's throw on our mantle. For some reason not to. Keep myself topped off, then just go hamburgers with attacking. Machine gun stuff around. Insect Glaive must be really solid in this game because I see so many Insect Glaive users. Not too far away. I was hoping he'd put his face back in everything. I get wiggly tailed again. For me to play with. not sure. I might hunt a Zoshia just to get the Zoshia weapon of this. Because I'm curious, A, how it looks, and B, if it actually, like, is a bigger, like, damage thing, because any of your attacks could do extra fire damage, right? So the DPS in general could hypothetically be stronger with that weapon. Yeah, flying in circles, flying in circles. We love to fly in circles. Knocking it farther and farther away. I literally dodged it. There you go. Trapping it? Go for it. It's all you, bud. Alright, show me potato salad. Holy shit, it was a crown. Oh my god. What are the fucking odds of the third one I fight? I mean, technically the second one. I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting to actually get a crown out of this. I thought I would hunt 5 or 6 of them and be like, I'm bored of this, and then want to go back to the Wounded Hollow a bunch. Oh, Zoshia's here. Ooh, with the gem even? Oh, doggy. Real fast, though. What do I need? Tostadas. Nice. Yum, yum. We do need the gem. It's pretty much all we need. I do. I like Mexican food. I'm not like a huge connoisseur or anything, but I do enjoy Mexican food, yes. I have had plenty of delicious, delicious street tacos in my life from different places. But I like enchiladas, quesadillas, I'll eat nachos, I'll eat burritos, all that stuff. It's all good shit to me. Right. Let's do it. Let's take them out. Let's get our guaranteed gem here. I'll be a little rusty. I haven't fought Zoshia in a few days because I felt like I got everything I needed from it. Did I already see this before? I think I did. I think I saw it the first time I fought one. But I've never actually created the quest yet for myself. Yes, I did. I played Dragon's Dogma 2 thoroughly. I got the platinum for it. I did everything in it. And there were things I really like. I actually watched a whole video essay on Dragon's Dogma 2 the other day that was absolutely amazing. I highly recommend it. After this fight, I'll try to pull up the link for you. That actually, like, it kind of changed my thoughts a little bit on Dragon's Dogma 2 and, like, what it is and the message behind it and everything. But yes, I've played it, and I really enjoyed it for the most part. My only real complaint with Dragon's Dogma 2 is that the enemy variety starts to really wear on you at the three quarters, when you're like 3/4 of the way through the main part of the game. You start to like get really bored because there's nothing new and nothing interesting, and you're able to like melt basically every big monster there is in the game without much effort because you probably min-maxed. So it's like, what really is there for you to do? The story isn't that deep, the moment-to-moment gameplay isn't that interesting, and 90% of the monsters and enemies you're coming across you kill super quick. It's like, what's really keeping you in the game? But after watching that video about like the development process of Dragon's Dogma 1, everything around the development of Dragon's Dogma 2, what Dragon's Dogma 2 like really is and how it feels and what it meant to like the creative director of the game, I like learning the backstory about all of this stuff really changed my thoughts on Dragon's Dogma 2 as a whole. I still feel the same way about it in general. From like a casual gameplay perspective, it's still, you know, my thoughts still feel the same about like what it feels like to just play the game for moments of moment. But I have major respect for the development team and the game itself. And I honestly, truly hope they make a Dragon's Dogma like 3, which would be a true sequel, since Dragon's Dogma 2 is actually just Dragon's Dogma 1. It's like a Dragon's Dogma 1 remaster or remake. I actually never played Dark Arisen. I rented Dragon's Dogma 1 way back in the day. But I never got very far. I only played it for maybe like an hour or two, but it felt very clunky to play for me, so I never really got into it, and I always like regretted not getting into it. So when Dragon's Dogma 2 came out, I was like, well, I'm definitely going to play this one, because I honestly wanted to play it. So I never really played 1 or Dark Arisen, so I couldn't really speak on it. And I think that's a big part of why I felt the way I did about Dragon's Dogma 2 and why I didn't connect some dots that other people would have. Drink some juice here. I guess even without my buff, I can still do that. Nice. Wow, somehow I did not get hit. But yeah, I'll link the video in chat here after this fight, so you can watch the video, because it's great. It's a fantastic video that breaks down so much about Dragon's Dogma 2. It's also a spoiler video though, so like if you haven't played 2, yeah, I'd recommend playing it before watching the video. But yeah, I just really wish that they had put a lot more enemy types in the game. Because I think for me, if they had like more interesting boss monsters, if they had more interesting like big monster variants or something, just something to be like, okay, you're at the end game where you're like very strong, but you still need some like interesting enemies to like engage with. I think that would have, for me, would have really made a difference for that game for me. Someone fainted. Wow, how little damage I'm taking from Zoshia. This is crazy. I mean, granted, I am wearing Zoshia's like full set, and some pieces are upgraded, so my defense is fairly high. But to have, and my that talisman must be making a huge difference for the damage I'm taking. That's just crazy how little damage I'm taking. Yep, okay. I had to say something, didn't I? Though I was not at full health, and he did blast me with a big fireball, so I feel like that would have been a take got killed. We're gonna have to fight a tempered Mizutsune and get slapped by its tail. Because that's like a one-shot thing that everyone online is talking about, or has been talking about for the past week or so. Is being one-shot by the tail slap from tempered Mizutsune. Alright. Have a good shower, buddy. Made another feint there. Tail? Nice. Fuck you, dude. Nice. That felt shockingly easy. And even when I was being hit by big attacks, not even blocking them, it did not kill me. Like, for me to get hit by the big fireball and then the big electric blasts one after another and still be alive, that defense shit must be working wonders. Double gems. That's cool. Well, if I want to craft anything else Zoshia related, I have another gem to do so. Ooh, protective polish. That's a weapon, though. I'm not going to use that. Maximum might could be worth taking, though, honestly. Because if I have this like big defensive build going on, I could get away with something that gives me extra gems for being at full health, because I'd be at full health often.
Come on over.
There you go. Let's craft the thing.
Do you have any requests? A sage.
Watch this. All right.
A sage choice. A sage choice.
Watch this.
Lend me.
All right.
Cool. Now I just need to decorate it. Oh, sharpness is exactly the same. How about that? Alright, we want this to be dragon. Dragon crit element. Probably. Ooh, increase affinity by 8%? Tempting, huh? Could also just increase dragon. No, dragon's already maxed. What am I doing? What am I doing? Dragon's already maxed out. Ooh, or crit element. My affinity's not that high, though. That's fine. Ooh, we can increase our affinity by 12. Which is not that amazing, but that's still something. We have... So my infinity's increased by 15% when the monster is raging, which is for a good chunk of time in every fight, which means my technically affinity is increased by 27% if I have the 12 plus the 15 during those moments. Plus weakness exploit. When I'm hitting a weak point, I get an extra 15%, so that's what, 30... 42, that's an extra 42%. That's pretty fucking good. So if the monster's raging and I'm hitting a weak point, I have like a 50% chance of crit. That's not bad. It's not really bad at all. Oh, I need the magazine though. I just realized I need magazine. Because that makes a huge difference with the charge blade. It's like a guaranteed must-have is magazine. And I doubt I have I don't think I have a dragon magazine somewhere. Yeah, dragon guardian. Or dragon handicraft. Guardian's not bad, but... This is on some switchable or some charge axe. I don't know what that's on. I think it's on the Lalabarina, honestly, for the extra affinity there. Anywho, yeah, we're gonna have to swap out one of those ones for a magazine, unfortunately. This one. Yeah. Yeah. Which means this could be something else, hypothetically. I could do crit element here. Yeah. Yeah. Jumping I like, because that extra roll distance really makes a big difference, not gonna lie. But I kind of want to do maximum might. Oh, that's stamina. What's the one with my health is full? That's it. Peak performance. And there's 5 ranks of it. Fuck me. Well, I only have a couple slots I can use on it.
Another satisfying.
Anyway,
Yes.
do you have the pants, my guy?
Would you like to trade something?
Still nothing. You're still giving me nothing to work with here. Alright, I was gonna link that video. Let me pull it up for you. It's gonna be from probably a couple weeks ago. There it is. Got it. From Punk Duck. If you've ever heard of Punk Duck, it's good shit. Right there. Oh, right. Right. Keep forgetting.
Hello.
That I have to log into this fucking chat.
Hello.
So yeah, that's the video. Take a look. It's good shit. I'm looking up the Suja stuff because I do want to make that waste. So right now I'm looking
I'll
up
get ready
where
to.
ancient wyvern coins are because apparently the ancient wyvern coins are something one of the traders need for the Suja stuff.
What a view!
So far I'm not seeing any.
Whoa, I think we can mine this.
Every time I dive underwater in the game, I immediately get
Little gathering goes a
the
long
like
way.
Mario 64 underwater like song plays in my head. I think it's what Dire Docks or whatever. Okay, well I didn't find any coins. know, farming coins seems like a really tedious waste of time. Granted, I will need them if I want it from that one vendor, or if I just have to hope it's from this guy. So one of them will trade for like a vase or something, some collectible you can come across. Which is that, I think I just grabbed it. Vibrant scale vase. I want to go up, up. I'm trying to get out of here.
Yikes! Spikes! Those could come in handy on a hunt.
Yikes, spikes. That is not where it came from. Go down.
A new day means new opportunities.
And each step forward brings new discoveries.
I'll just hop off for now.
I like how I damaged Arkveld. I'm trying to grab the thing on the other side of him. Oh, this is the way out of here. This is the area between areas.
I greet thee, impending death. Our meeting was ordained the day I left the forest.
He's always getting wrapped up.
This is for you. Use it well.
What do you suppose this is? It looks quite old.
It's a coin. Do not need Chattacabra. There's no Temper New Udra. Let's check that out. It could be a crown, and I need both of them for a new Udra.
I'll get ready too.
And while we're going there, I'll just grab whatever collectibles we come across. Because I might need them. Oh, sorry. No crown. We're out of here. Get my camera off of them.
Can't go back after riding one of these.
I gathered some materials too. And check your field pouch.
What do you think we'll find?
Oh, we got an Uthduna. Let's check out the Uthduna. We don't have any crowns for that either. Oh, you're way far away.
A potential target has appeared.
Okay,
Check your
take
map
me
when you're
back
ready.
to base camp, I guess. I did not expect it to be on the other side of the map. I was like, it's gonna be where all the water is, right? No. Just in the river, chilling. Well, until they offer that Suja carb, I think I'll... Okay, now it's not a crown. We gotta decide on what Leviathan is gonna be our next target. We're almost out of time on our meal, too. We're gonna have to eat another meal. That's a look. Okay. What? Excuse me.
Come on over.
That's right, Zosia. I was gonna check my Palico thing. The Zosia thing is just like a little fucking bird. I like that sword better. Okay, let's eat a meal. Anyone offering? Nope. Well, let's use a voucher actually. We have vouchers. Still only Kunafa. That's fine. Go, kitties, go. So many people have these like colorful fucking angel things. Is that like paid DLC shit? It must be, right?
Appreciates it.
Let's go talk to the cat. He would know. You. You. Oh right, I forgot that was forgot that was a downloadable outfit. I thought this was like a side quest that you had to get this outfit. I don't give two fucks about gestures. Any other game I'm into right now? Yeah, there it is. $4 for that. That's what I thought. No, not really. I don't think so. There's like nothing else I'm really playing. It's just this, and I was playing a little bit of Hitman. Is Ghostwire making a comeback ever? No. No. It's not. I'm gonna make that a little bit bigger. Wish I could like make it more flush with the side. I guess you have to do it on this side if you want it to be more flush. I'll have to tweak with chat more. Yeah, no, Ghostwire's not coming back. I already deleted it. It's honestly, it was interesting. It was an interesting game, but it just didn't captivate me in any kind of meaningful way. Like the moment-to-moment gameplay didn't really capture me. The story wasn't doing a lot for me. The enemy types weren't doing a lot for me. I thought maybe I'd play more off stream, but I just didn't care. I was like, I didn't care. I was playing the game for free, and it wasn't really doing anything for me. I mean, there's some stuff, like, I'm not for sure, like, I might still play the first Berserker Kazan. Like, that's a game I was thinking I would get, and I kind of do want to, like, get and play. You're at near the beginning of stream, like, I don't know how I'm feeling about my Elden Ring randomizer, if I'm going to keep up with it. Just because I feel like I've kind of, like, finished my time with Elden Ring. Like, there's nothing really there for me anymore, and it's, as a Souls game, it's not, like... The world and everything isn't super compelling. Like, trying different builds is one thing, but because I'm playing a randomizer, I have no control over, like, what I will get and when I'll get it. So it's hard for me to work towards any kind of build because I don't know what I'll have access to at any given time. The only thing that's really interesting, I'd say, about the randomizer is having access to a bunch of, like, super late game boss weapons and spells and using those against like earlier game enemies. Problem is you have to level up so much to use most of those things that I wouldn't be using them for a long time anyway. Anyway, I digress. The point is that I don't really have any other games at the moment. I know at the end of next month is when Night Rain comes out, and I'm definitely going to play that and probably put a lot of time into that game. I feel like there was something else, too, that I'm forgetting right now. I mean, there's Metal Gear Solid 3, which is also something I'm interested in and probably will play on stream because it was my favorite game for so long. And it's still, like, an amazing game. Part of me was also tempted to pick up, like, Schedule 1, like everyone else on the planet right now. But I'm not... I mean, I've seen a fair amount of Schedule 1 played by a couple different streamers, and I'm realizing, like, how samey it is. Like, everyone's playthrough of Schedule 1 is going to feel basically the same. Granted, you could min-max in different ways and focus on different things, but, like, unlocking things and where you unlock them and, like, your vendors, like who sells the drugs for you and shit like that, it's always going to be the same. between everyone, so it's like I feel like I wouldn't be that invested if I did, just because I've seen so much of the early game played. But that game looks like a type of game I could definitely enjoy. God, just stand still for a fucking second, dog. Shit, I fucked up. You know what sucks about the Clash is that I get the perfect block and it gives me the Clash, which is great, but I actually don't get my buff out of it. I really gotta figure out the timing for that. I'm trying to get under it so I can perfect block it. I'm just taking damage. There it is. I just haven't fought it doing it enough to know the exact timing for that attack. I will tell you one thing though, you're probably never going to see me play Baldur's Gate on stream again. Simply because there's really nothing left for me in that game. This patch is going to be, like, I'm going to love this patch. This patch is going to be huge, patch 8. It's putting so much new life back into the game. But there's, like, almost nothing for me. Like, I've done everything, I've seen everything, I've encountered everything, I've experienced basically all there is to experience. So there's not a lot of interest to be had in that game purely on stream. If for any other reason than I just like played the game to death. We could always see Project Zomboid make a return. I do enjoy me some Project Zomboid for sure. You were way too late on that. I mean, if there's a particular game you would want to see me play, just let me know and I'll think about it. Because I'm kind of open at the moment. I don't have a particular game commitment that I have going on right now, which is why I'm just like farming crowns and Monster Hunter, because I don't really have anything else happening. Oh, you know what? I could always pick up Balatro. I've been meaning to like play Balatro because a lot of people like love it, and I'm a big like card game person. So I should always expect it to go for 2. If something's there. Who is like healing so much? That's what I want to know, because it's not like we have a hunting horn user. It's like, who is doing all these heals? I also don't need them, but I appreciate them nonetheless. God, his delayed attacks are so hard for me to read when it comes to trying to get from block. Because he has such like a huge windup. Every attack is like so much windup. capturing him, or what's going on here? Oh, you're not even like weak yet. Here. Okay, the big one is the one that hit. Fuck you. Fuck you, you big fat fish. Capturing it? Or are you just shocking it? Okay. And I was like, I'll let you capture it. Okay, you want to capture it, you want to kill it, I don't give a shit. The only thing I care about is if it's a crown. Part of me wishes, like, at the end of hunts, there was, like, a DPS meter to show you how, like, effectively you were, like, killing the monster compared to other people. But it would cause too much toxicity, I think, against, in the game. It's all about cooperation and not about competition. So I understand fully why they don't have that. More like for my own personal curiosity. Ah, so warm in this room. Was it a crown? Big difference between this and World? Yeah, definitely. There is absolutely a big difference between this and World for sure. World, I need to have like a background. I need to change my chat a little bit. Let's see if I might be able to do that in real time actually. Let's see if I can do that. World was definitely slower. Much slower from a gameplay perspective. There we go. I think that's better. That should look better. I need a little bit of like a background to pop up because sometimes the text can be hard to read if I get over like a very lightly colored area. I think that should help. But yeah, World. We didn't get a crown on that, did we? Where am I even looking? right here, right here. Who's here? Who's around? Ooh, a meal. No, we already have like a meal though, right? How much time do we have? So much time. What did I just... Did I just accidentally eat a max potion? Son of a bitch. Sorry, my ADHD brain is taking over and I'm not finishing what I'm trying to talk about. World is a much slower game. Like most hunts in the
I'll
game,
get ready to.
like between now, granted, this is from a perspective of someone whose first Monster Hunter game was World, and who was using a hammer. I was a hammer main. Fuck did he go?
Oh, cool.
Where the hell's Tashin? Fuck you at, dog? Can't be offering me meals and then disappearing on me like that. You at the base camp? Like, where are you? Where is he? Oh, he's all the way down here at the end. I've never seen him this far out. Yeah. Might as well take it while it's available. Even though I used a voucher for the last one. Alright, is there anything for me to check here? No, I think that's still the same Uthduna, so... So yeah, from the perspective of someone whose first game was World, for my first real experience in a Monster Hunter was World, and I was using Hammer, the entire game felt slower. Hunts would usually take, on average, even at low rank, like 25 to 30 minutes, and at high rank, like especially fighting Elder Dragons, we're talking like 30 to 40 minute hunts usually, every time. And it was a lot more scary, I would say. You had a lot less tools at your disposal to like avoid things. It's basically like if a monster knocked you down in a big attack, you better hope you didn't get stunned or that you had enough recovery time to start dodging out of the way, because you couldn't call upon a pet or a dog or something to come scoop you out of danger. You were using your mantles a lot more. I think World, there was like a dozen different mantles, like for anti-fire, anti-ice, for, you know, to stand your ground, to take no damage. Mantles also had like a recovery time of like a minute to 2 minutes. So you were like constantly juggling your cooldowns with like throwing a mantle on in the middle of combat.
Hope you find something useful.
And then you'd like save it up for like big attacks, or you would use it to get rid of certain ailments or blights or whatever. I felt like there was a lot more moment-to-moment thinking you had to do in World, because you had so few options for what to do, in terms of like abilities and weapon attacks and stuff like that. You didn't have as much going on in that regard, so you were focused on more about like your item usage and monster behaviors. You would pay a lot more attention to, like, if the monster was breathing heavy, or if the monster was like drooling or seemed tired. There was a lot more like reading the monster, and there's a lot more like finding the monster. In World, you still had to like kind of track the monster down. It didn't just pop up on the map. You had to be like, well, this is its normal habitat, so I'm going to go try to find it in this location. So World, everything was slower in World, for sure. The whole game felt slower. Hunts were slower. Crafting stuff took longer. You were a lot more engaged. So the real end game hunts of World, like fighting Iceborne, like rare Iceborne monsters like Saki Jeep and stuff, was like a whole thing. when they put like Elatrion into that game, it was rough, dude. Elatrion was really fucking hard. It was a huge DPS check. And for me, being like a humble hammer main who didn't really like min-max very much, like the end, the super high end game of World was a tough time. But I put a lot of hours into that. I put probably like 400 hours into World. And the thing is like nowadays, putting that many hours into that game, I would be like twice as far in this game. Or like in Rise, for example. Like Rise, I probably only put like 200 hours in total. And that was like min-maxing and everything. Going full out, full on. Granted, I didn't do any like I didn't do any crown hunting. I didn't do any crown hunting in World. I didn't do any crown hunting in Rise because hunting for crowns before this game was not a fun time. Like, this game is already tedious enough. Like, crown hunting is already super tedious enough in Monster Hunter when you can't see the crown before fighting it. Now that you can, it really cuts down on the bullshit, but it still takes forever to, like, get crowns on monsters. And it's purely optional, too. It's not like you have to get crowns. It's not a mandatory part of the gameplay. But I think I'm doing it now because I can actually do it. I feel like there's an avenue for me to do it. You know how people, like, hunted crowns in the past in Monster Hunter? Is they would either put the monster to sleep, or they would wait for it to go to sleep by itself and, like, chill, and then they would set barrel bombs next to it and count the distance the barrel bombs took to tell if the monster was larger than normal or smaller than normal. You're basically just fucking eyeballing it and guessing, and you won't know until the hunt's over whether you were right or not. Like, to me, that sounds like just a super unfun time. Such a tedious amount of wasted time just hoping you're getting a crown. This game obviously makes it so you just look at them through the binoculars and bada bing, bada boom, you can tell right away if it's a crown or not, whether it's worth your time. Which I think is great, and it's an addition that should stay. But I think that's a thing they really improved upon in Rise, and that they brought forward now to Wilds, is quality of life. There's a lot of big, like, quality of life improvements they made in Rise that they stuck with, which I'm glad for. The things that they got rid of were, like, insane map verticality because you had like a dog in Rise, and your dog could, like, climb up walls and do a lot of crazy traversal, and you had wire bugs. You had these, like, bugs that you could use to, like, traverse as well. The amount of, like, wall climbing and the amount of, like, up and down verticality in every map got to be a little bit ridiculous for me. And I hated, like, having to chase monsters around through 8 different tiers of level and figuring out which tier they're on and shit. It became very irritating to do. But one thing Rise did is it shortened up hunts considerably. Like, at low rank, you're looking at, like, 10 to 15 minute hunts, and at high rank, it's like 20 to 30 minute hunts at the outside, and that's like Elder Dragons for the maximum. This game definitely shortened up hunts just like it. At low rank, feels super fast. Even at high rank, you're taking out most monsters in sub 20 minutes, especially with a group. So they definitely wanted to keep that, like, more fast-paced hunting rather than fighting the same monster for like a 30-minute drawn-out ordeal, which I can appreciate. But at the same time, you feel less invested into every monster in every fight because of it. Where it's like, I can remember so many fights against, like, Teostra and like Valhazak and stuff in World, because they were like, you were way more invested in the fight because it took like 30 to 40 minutes to take the fucker down. So when you get to the last wire and you can see a monster's weak, you're really amped. You're like feeling, your adrenaline is pumping in that moment because you're like, oh, I can do this, I can take him out. We're almost there, just a little bit longer, we can do this. Whereas these days, it's like, yeah, you know, we didn't get him this time, not a big deal. In another 10 minutes, we'll be at the same exact spot again, fighting this monster, and we'll get him the next time, you know, whatever. You didn't like World very much? So does that mean you don't like Rise or Wilds at all? You're not interested in these games? Because obviously they're different. World obviously changed a lot of things too. There's a lot of big quality of life changes that happen in the world. Like, for example, no loading between zones and shit. Like, World itself also, like, changed a lot and updated the game. And Rise just, you know, made it even simpler. They added mounts. They added pets that you can ride on. They added the ability to, like, drink and sharpen and stuff while you're riding around. Rise was okay-ish, but I just prefer the previous ones. Yeah, that's completely fair. A lot of people feel that way. Like, I have very little experience with previous Monster Hunter games. I got, I think, Monster Hunter something for the Wii U. I don't even remember what it was. I don't even remember which Monster Hunter it is. I have it on the shelf, but I didn't really play it. My buddy was trying to get me into it, and I didn't really, like, to me it felt so slow and so clunky, and all of the loading, I was just like, I don't know, this isn't for me. I'm more of like like, you know, Ninja Gaiden, God of War player, where it's like, it's too slow, you know, I need faster paced, I need more going on, I need some hype going on here, some action, I need some revengeance, you know, not this slow, clunky, you know, plunking the fucking monster one smack at a time with a hammer, you know? But in World, I gave it a chance. You know, I played the demo for World before actually getting into it, and I was like, okay, so this game does have some really hype moments. I was using the fucking Uthduna, man. You're gonna come all the way down and then go all the way back up. I was using the gun lance in the demo, and I was like, okay, gun lance is kind of hype. Some of these blocks are pretty dope. Having this big fucking huge blast that you can do, like this wyvern blast you can hit the monster in the face with. I was like, okay, this is kind of neat. I'm kind of getting it now. I understand the incentive behind it. So I decided to pick up World and like put time into it, and then I was like, okay, I kind of love this. It's like RPG elements. It's also, there's action. There's back and forth. It's got that like boss feel from like Souls games. It's got a really like fun blend of elements to it that I really enjoy, you know. So obviously I played the crap out of World, and I was like, I'll get Rise because it's time for a new Monster Hunter. I want to play a new Monster Hunter. Rise is happening, and I own a Switch, so. But there were things I both liked and disliked things about Rise. I didn't like the spirit bugs. I didn't like the spirit birds. I didn't like the verticality of maps. But I did like the story, and obviously Rampages sucked. Rampages were garbage. So there were definitely aspects that were like not great about it that I preferred with World. This game takes a lot of good things about Rise, but it also leaves some things about Rise on the table that I liked, that I wish they would include in this one, that still can in the DLC. But yeah. Properly play the Star Wars Jedi game. Oh, nice. Those are great fucking games, dude. Really fucking good games. Fallen Order and Survivor are fantastic. Like, Fallen Order is an amazing game. I've replayed it a couple times, and it's totally great. The story, the moment-to-moment gameplay, it's a fantastic game. Loved it. Survivor has some ups and downs. I will say there's just more. Like, Survivor is almost the same thing, but more. But there are some things about it that are kind of bullshit. Like, there are some fights, some optional fights, and some story fights, let's be honest, that kind of feel cheap and not well balanced, or just, some of them are just, some optional fights are straight bullshit. But only if you're playing on, like, the hardest difficulty, which is what I was doing. Like, yes, I could have lowered the difficulty to, like, the lowest difficulty, and it would have been a far less bullshitty and less frustrating of a time. But I didn't want to do that, you know, like, I played the whole game on the hardest difficulty. It's like, fuck that, I'm not going to lower the difficulty because of your bullshit. I'm doing this on the hardest fucking difficulty. Because that's what I set out to do. Stubborn and ultimately probably the wrong choice. because some of these optional fights that you do in Survivor are like super super tiny little arenas, and you're fighting against like two enemies that are bigger than like the whole arena, or sometimes even just, you know, not even that big, but still pretty fucking big, and they kill you in like one hit. So you're like dashing and dodging and shooting your blaster and doing all these moves, you're countering, you're doing everything, but one of them catches you in the outside of their hitbox with this move, and then you have to start the whole fight over again. It's incredibly annoying. Oh, 3 charge blade users. Just realized I haven't used this weapon yet. Do I have a camp near there? Kinda. This one's sort of near it. For the first game, I could recommend the highest difficulty. I feel like that game is a completely balanced experience throughout, and I feel like you can play it on the hardest difficulty without anything feeling like too bullshit. Some fights will be hard. Some enemies will kill you very quick. Most of them are optional fights, but none of it feels like a completely frustrating experience. Survivor, however, different story. There are some story fights and some optional fights that feel really imbalanced and completely unfun to play on the hardest difficulty. Okay, still jacking. Length on this blade is so crazy. Give me a wound here. There we go. Take that. Yeah, triple charge blades. Yeah, the giant toad. That giant toad is supposed to be like an early game check. I don't know if you're talking about Survivor or which game you're talking about, because there's the toads in both games. I think. I'm pretty sure. Either way, the toad is a complete fucking menace in both games. And one of the optional fights that I was saying is complete bullshit is you have to fight 2 of them at the same time in a tiny arena. Fair. Can I put my mantle on, please? But yeah, anyway, the Jedi Survivor Fallen Order games are great. The story is amazing in both games. I'm a big fan. I look forward to the next entry in the series, honestly. If there is one. I mean, I hope there is one. I can't say I'm a huge fan of how the second one ended, but I'm cool with it for the most part. I'm cool with it. Fishing for wounds here. So we got it. But yeah, the games are great. Definitely recommend them. I definitely think they're absolutely worth playing. You know, this month, I was saying this at the beginning of the stream before you got in here, but this month, one of the Digimon Sniper Sleuth games is free to play on PS Plus. The Hacker's Story or whatever it's called. And I was reading online about it, and people kind of have mixed feelings about it, but a lot of people were also saying to play the first game, the other game first. I was like, well, I don't have that game. I don't have access to that game. And I don't know if people are saying it's like only okay. I don't know if it's worth being the first entry I jump into. So yeah, anyway, that was also something I considered for today. I can't say for certain that this weapon is for sure stronger than the blast one. It looks cool. I really like how it looks visually. The blast one might be better ultimately. Because it's a similar concept. It's extra damage procs, right? I don't know if this one's proccing more often than a blast would proc, but obviously with blast, it procs for higher amounts. I'm like, I'm trying to look for where the procs are, right? And it's obviously it's a different color, like right there, 50/50 proc. It doesn't seem to happen like really that often. Whereas the blast procs are gonna proc for like 200, 300 damage. The difference is the blast procs will happen less and less often over the course of a fight. Ultimately, I'm not really sure, because this one does more raw damage, and it's going to do more damage naturally because it's got an element attached to it. Just wish I could see, like, the overall DPS, you know? It's like, really compare apples to apples. No crown. Times weapon was changed using Secret's weapon sling. That's interesting. Swapping between weapons, apparently. Oh right, I'm gonna check that vendor again, see if they updated their stock.
Somebody wants to make a trade.
Nope. I got vases for eggs, but I'm saving them. I need to save up. I'm not going to use the vases. As tempted as that is. That I can grab, however.
Okay. Bye. Yes.
Actually, I should grab all of these things. These are going to start to add up.
The people from the zoos told me to tell you they said hello.
Okay, still doesn't have what I need. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Nothing. We got no interesting monsters to check. Wounded Hollow has Hirabami. We have no crowns for that, so we can check this out for a hot minute. Yeah. Tomorrow's likely going to be a different game, though. Very likely that tomorrow will be a different game entirely. Because, I mean, this I don't mind doing this. Like, I can enjoy, like, the simple, smooth brain behavior of just hunting monsters. I have no problems with hunting. And hunting for crowns. It's like I don't have to think about any of this stuff. It's just like, just do it, you know? But it's not the most riveting stuff. So I'll definitely try to think of something different for tomorrow to play. Speaking of which, I'm not sure what time I'm going to start tomorrow yet either. Today I was kind of thinking tentatively like 3 o'clock, like 3 to 9. Since my schedule is going to be every other, like Monday, Tuesday, probably. That way, like, I'll stream 6 hours instead of 3. That way it feels like, hey, it's like instead of 3 hours each week, 6 hours every other week, you know. The math checks out. But I don't know if that'll be what I do tomorrow. The difference is that Tuesday is like my last day off before going back to work. And, you know, my wife will be back around, and I, you know, want to make sure I have time to spend with her too, and it's not just like 9 o'clock at night, and then you have like an hour or two to hang out with her, and then I have to go to bed. So, yeah, I am not sure yet. I do have stuff I have to do tomorrow too. I have to, go get my car smogged. So I do have stuff I have to get done earlier in the day. So it all depends on, I guess, how late I stay up and what time I wake up. I also have to make sure I eat something before I start streaming too, because I don't really want to stop in the middle to eat something, and I don't want to be starving the whole time. Right, so I don't know, like could do 1 to 7? Maybe I should make that more than my consistent schedule, like 1 to 7.
Hey.
The point is that it's still like my streaming on Monday, Tuesday, the schedule is just going to be tentative for now while I figure out a good timing for it. You know, Wednesday, Thursday, 6 to 9 made sense because of my work schedule. But, Monday, Tuesday's the harder one simply because I have more free time. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but because I have like more choice on when to stream, it's harder to figure out when to stream, I guess. But that was a problem I know I had back in the day too. You know, back when I streamed like 10 years ago, and it was like a consistent thing for me back then. I was incredibly inconsistent with the time of day that I streamed. I streamed completely randomly. They're releasing a League of Legends mode? What does that mean? You mean like it's a MOBA? Is it how much of League of Legends is it like? Is there a shop? Are you buying items? Is it top down? Is it 5v5, you know, with is it full on like Defense of the Ancients, Dota style towers and all of that? Like how much League of Legends is it really, you know, like how much effort did they put in? Ooh, that's a gold crown. Alright, we make the investigation. And then we kill it. This is my least favorite monster in this game, by the way. Fighting this thing is just not fun. It's awkward, it's at a weird height. If you're a ranged character, like I can see it making more sense, like that it'd be a little more enjoyable to fight this thing. It's kind of like an interesting target to shoot. But as a melee person, you're just like reliant. It's almost like fighting a Rathian or Rathalos in the Olympic, and they just keep flying around and you're just waiting for them to land so you can actually engage with them. Third person and perks. Oh. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I can't say... It's probably not going to bring me back into the fold of playing Overwatch. But I'm glad they're still trying to keep it fresh and interesting for people. It's just not my cup of tea, you know? But those kinds of games like MOBAs, hero shooters, all that, I've kind of like had my fill of in general. That's why I don't play Marvel Rivals, that's why I don't play Overwatch, that's why I don't play League. I don't play any of that stuff. I just don't have that kind of interest in games anymore. I don't have the time to like really devote to being competitive in those games, and I just don't have the interest in them anymore. I don't do it for me. Except really just frustrate me, honestly. Wow, that was chunky damage right there. I think I did like 500 damage just off that attack. How did that hit me? Him gracefully, like, turning his leg over was enough to knock me back like that. Kudos for the bow user. The bow user is huge in keeping this thing down for us to actually hit. I'm seeing a lot more 50 procs right now, so I think maybe this weapon actually is proccing more often than the blast would be proccing. Oh, it's already dead. You're welcome, everyone who didn't have this gold crown. Marathon's gameplay? No. But I've seen a lot of hate for it. I didn't see anything about the game. I don't know anything about the game, but everyone is saying it's Conquered 2.0, that it's garbage, that it's, you know, stupid. It's what I don't. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Honestly, I just don't care either way. Truth be told, like, I'd be more interested in these types of games if I played with people still. But I pretty much only game by myself anymore these days. Like, I really don't have any, like, gaming friends. I have one guy who's been, like, my best friend for my whole life, who I game with. But he's so busy and he has so much going on in his personal life, I rarely even have a chance to talk to him, let alone game with him. So it's like a lot of these like online multiplayer competitive games that I could have maybe had an interest in if I had a more consistent like friend base that gamed online. Like there's even less of a reason for me to care now. God, I didn't use a single item. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Alright, slowly getting them crowns. We're actually making pretty good progress. Look at all these gold crowns I have now. Most monsters I have gold crown on now. Of ones that I can get crowns for, at least. Like a lot of them, honestly. Alright, let's do now. Just keep on doing it. One of you is gonna have a crown. I just have to pick the right one. Yeah, what else is coming out right now? I'm trying to think of like what other games are on the horizon that I'm actually like interested in playing. I know there was more than just Night Rain. I could have sworn there was like another game that I was gonna play. What was it? Like, what's coming out? Is there anything like coming out in this month? What games are coming out this month, you know? Or the beginning of next month? Through Lychee? Yeah. Well, there he is. Oh, he's a gold crown. Fuck yeah. I chose wisely. Paralyzed. The good paralysis. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know right now. Like, I'm struggling to think of anything except for Pilgrim. And I know that's not what it is. I mean, this game will keep getting updated. Wow, he's almost already dead? What the hell? Didn't this hunt just start? Maybe it was already like a couple minutes in when I joined, but I could have sworn maybe that had just started. Like, who is doing all of this damage? Who is, like, destroying this guy's health bar so fast? Excuse me. Was he on the ground? Oh, he was going this way. He's taking his sweet ass time. Just slash you from fucking horseback here. Don't. Oh my god, I hate you. Basically got 0 time on this fucking buff. Because he just wanted to run away immediately. Granted, he's almost dead, so it doesn't really matter anyway, but... Just let me have my saw blade. Barely did anything that fight. I'll take a free gold crown though. Alright, let's see. April. What do we have? Last of Us Remastered. Who gives a shit? I'm not seeing anything. Maybe... Do you have to get gold crowns for every monster in this game to get, like, the achievement for that? I already have the one, but you must need every gold crown for every monster. Now we just need a mini crown. A lot harder to find, especially from random join-ups. That's one I may have to just, like, hope for at Wounded Hollow. The mini crown one, I don't think I'll ever do all mini crowns. Alright, so we got Uthduna and we got Ray Dow. Let's see if we can get a crown for New Udra now. Ooh, it's got a lot of rewards. I don't need them. Whatever, fine. I don't care. They all look the same. Monument Valley, Phantom Breakers. There's literally nothing this month. There's absolutely... I'm looking at the whole list of all the games releasing this month. Not a single one even sounds remotely interesting.
Good to have you. Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
Alright, we're gonna need one of these.
No excessive supply items. We've got this.
Oh, it's another charge blade user. We'll switch to this one this time. I feel like Blast is a better bet against Uthduna. Or, sorry, New Udra. I think. No, Blast is actually not that crazy. No, we'll do Dragon. I think this is, yeah. If his Blast Bite's only 1 pip, it means it's not going to do a whole hell of a lot. Fighting New Udra with a hammer also sucks. Because New Udra like doesn't have like a very obvious head to hit. Is it like the big thing in the back? Is it the front? Either way, it feels like it's really hard to like stay on its head the whole fight. So it's another thing about the hammer that was always irritating, is like just fighting this guy. I did not enjoy hammering him. He is not a fun enemy to bonk. Like you always want to bonk things with a very clear, obvious face. So when they get toppled over from a big old wham bam on the chin, you know that you're doing good. You're doing the Lord's bonking. Steam stores in 2014 or 15 or 16, yeah. Good times, man. Good times. I mean, there's still so many good games now, and you can always go back and play a bunch of them. Like, I for sure have a backlog that could be gone through. Oh, the person left. Must mean I'm getting DC issues again. Where they are. I don't mind being the only charge blader user in the lobby. Fuck are you, but... Oh, yeah. I put my weapon away. That was not the call. I meant to do that so I could have access to my shield again. It's fine. I don't even... Oh, it was the eruption. I was like, what even hit me? I do not like fighting on the fire. Come on, bird. Yeah, I don't know, maybe the next major release I play is Night Rain. Or Kazan. Like, I haven't given up on the idea of playing Kazan. I hit it. Thank you. How about you offer me a one of them tasty tentacles? else we got? Doom Dark Ages is the middle of next month. Which I never played Doom Eternal. I never even finished Doom 2016. That was the game I played on stream. For the first time I ever played Doom 2016 on stream. So I'm sure you saw me play everything that I did play. It was a good game. Doom is fun, like that fun, fast-paced, shooty action is a good time. It's a real good time. So that's something I could hypothetically add is I could pick up like Doom 26 or Doom Eternal and play that on stream. Unimusha 2, the remaster of Unimusha 2 comes out next month. Also Rune Factory, but if I get Rune Factory, that'd be an off-stream game I'd play for myself. Though I don't know about if I care too much about Rune Factory anymore these days. Maybe in my younger self, but current day self, I don't know if I care too much. Wasn't a big fan of Doom 16. Really? I love the music of Doom 2016 a lot, and the gameplay was fine. Was it just like the fast-paced nature of it, or was because it's too much of a departure from classic Doom? Like, what was it about 2016 that you didn't like?
I'll see you back at camp.
Dying to play Uni 2? Yeah. I love Unimusha. And obviously, I played 3 on stream when it came to Steam. Where's the other hunters? Here's one of them. I was gonna go for a sneak attack. It was fine. Messages me every day and talks about it. That's funny. Unimusha 2 is good stuff. Unimusha is a great game. I'm so looking forward to the next Unimusha game that Capcom announced. I'm so glad that Capcom acknowledges that Unimusha exists, and we're even developing a new game for it. Fucking amazing. I love it. I hope they make another. I hope we can see another game they make it too. Honestly, that's Team Ninja, so it's obviously that's not Capcom. Come on, it's right there. Just give me the wound, dog. I can see it on the head. Oh, I got it. I got it. I fished for it. I got it. But yeah, that's obviously they. Ninja Gaiden is their since they were doing the remaster or the remake of Sigma 2, and they were making the new Ninja Gaiden, so we're not going to see that. I'm going to get hit by that. Yep. So we won't see Neo 3 for some time. But I'm looking forward to whenever Neo 3 becomes a thing too. But yeah, Unimusha is great. I don't know if I'll be getting the remaster of 2 right away, because as much as I love 2, Night Rain is coming out like a week after that, and then we'll be able to give it its like full due. Thing loses sharpness fast. Yeah, but it needs like time. I need time. I mean, granted, it's not a super long game, but I would like to like really sink my teeth into it, especially since there will be like achievements for it. And I mean, there never was back in the day when like PS2 was such a thing didn't exist. So it's like as long as you beat the game, you feel like content with your playthrough of it, whether or not you did everything or saw everything. But I'd want to do like everything and see everything this time around. So I feel like I would need time. For sure. I would love for them to remake Dawn of Dreams, which is my favorite Onimusha game. I know a lot of people hate it. Like, big time Onimusha diehards think it's like the worst one. Which makes me sad. Oh, I'm done taking damage. I need to find a chill. Need to find a chill pill here. But yeah, either way, I will be picking up Onimusha 2. I will be playing it, and I will be enjoying every second of it, for sure. Much like Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 Remaster. Fuck you. Let me get my shield off, you bitch. Sir. Now they just need to bring Mega Man X back. They need to have a glorious redemption for Mega Man X, or Mega Man in general, you know. Or Mega Man's had a rough time the last like decade. One game I definitely, or one franchise I want to see kind of like be on the up and up again is Mortal Kombat. I hate to say it, but they had a huge, like, Mortal Kombat 9 saved the franchise. It literally saved Mortal Kombat from just being gone. And then Mortal Kombat X was solid. For me, it was kind of a step down from 9, but it was still really good. And then 11 was not. 11 I feel like was a step forward again in terms of story, but a big step back in terms of gameplay. And I'm sorry to say, but 1 did not improve. 1 is like, it's kind of better. It was like a half step forward for the combat, but ultimately with the tag stuff and the assists and everything, to me, I'm not a fan. I'm really not a fan of most of the stuff, and the story was not that great either. It's kind of mid. So overall, I feel like Mortal Kombat 1 is pretty weak on the whole. And it feels like we're kind of going back in the same direction that we were going pre-MK9, where the story and the combat and stuff is going off the rails and not in a great way. So I feel like they should wait. Like, honestly, they should take like 6 years. No joke, like 6 years to work on the next Mortal Kombat. Not every 2 years. And normally they go, like, NetherRealm goes usually about every 2 years between major releases, including like Injustice and everything. Obviously they didn't do Injustice this time, they went straight into another Mortal Kombat. And there's a lot of speculation that Mortal Kombat 1 was actually supposed to be Injustice 3. And honestly, with some of the way that the combat feels with the assists and everything, I fully understand that being a thing. I did not check to see if it was a crown. Not that it matters. I'm not going to bail out of a hunt in the middle of a hunt.
This weather is unrelenting. I'll just have to tough it out.
Say there's a coin by me. It's fully saying that there's a wyvern coin by me. The fuck is the coin? Oh well, not gonna find it. No idea where the fuck the coin was supposed to be. It says it was near me. But yeah, I think NetherRealm should really take their time releasing the next Mortal Kombat. They want to release another Injustice in between. I don't give a shit. I won't be playing it. But really, they need to take their time with the next Mortal Kombat and make sure... Oh, that's cool. Like that. And make sure, like, it feels really tight. That the story feels tight, the content feels tight, the combat feels really tight. As far as, like, what did I... The hell did I just drink? Yeah, they need to make sure that the game, like, really feels good, it feels balanced, it feels fun, it does not feel too, like, stuffy or way too... Oh, I ate another stupid meat. It doesn't feel too stuffy and way too meta-y, that it doesn't feel like it's trying to be this super competitive thing. Look, people are never going to take Mortal Kombat seriously enough to be on the same level as, like, Tekken and Street Fighter and Virtua Fighter and fucking King of Fighters and whatever. Like, it's never going to be main stage Evo. It just isn't. It just isn't. They've tried many times, and it's just not that kind of game. People don't take it seriously like that. Mortal Kombat is about fun. It's about fatalities. It's about goofy stuff. It's about the ridiculous story and the ridiculous characters. It's a game that doesn't take itself too seriously, and so the audience doesn't take it that seriously either. The problem is that some of the developers, well, the development team over the last, like, 10 years or so, since Mortal Kombat 9 became such a popular game and became so big, and people loved it so much, and it actually became a thing in the tournament scene, I think they've been trying to hold on to that feeling for the last 10 years, and it's just not there because the games aren't like that anymore. Because they're trying so hard to push it to be that kind of competitive game, it's having the opposite effect. You know, it's actually driving people away. Hey, I'm gonna leave, actually. Who is this? Hunter and Laura?
Make room for me too.
Make sure not to join her quest. Anyway, the point is I feel like they're trying too hard to make Mortal Kombat something that it isn't, and it's really showing more and more with every entry. Karlak. Gotta join Karlak. God damn, 362? These people play this game way too fucking much. So yeah, I would love to see Mortal Kombat become fun again. Because I really thought 1 was gonna be like a return to form after 11's horrible missteps. So I got it and I put a lot of time into it, and there are aspects that were really fun, but it's not the same, you know? It's just not what it could be, what it should be. It's not a crown. Whatever, I'll hunt it anyway. I just kind of miss playing fighting games. Not gonna lie. Fighting games were such a big part of my 20s, where I was playing like every different Street Fighter. I was playing different Tekkens. I was playing Virtua Fighter. I was playing so many different fighting games in my 20s, constantly, because I had like a group of friends that would love to play fighting games. Not anymore. Not anymore. I don't keep in touch with any of them. The one person that I still kept in touch with, who still played fighting games, like I barely even talk to him anymore. And even when I do, we haven't gamed together in like a year now. We were gonna play like Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, the remake together, or Ninja Gaiden Black 2 together because of the co-op mode, until we learned that the co-op mode in that game is offline only. Which was a huge bummer to me. That was the game that I first played with him back in the day. That was the game we met on, basically, was that game. Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, playing the co-op mode. Anyway, the point is that I miss playing fighting games, and the last time I really had fun with a fighting game was playing DNF Duel. Like, DNF Duel is super fun. Like, I'm not one who usually, like, plays fighting games online competitively at all by myself. Like, I'm usually, like, I prefer to play with friends kind of fighting game player. But I did not mind at all. Yeah, Haas. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Me and Haas. But with DNF Duel, I did not mind playing that game online with randos because the game was just pure fucking fun. Pure, ridiculous, imbalanced, silly anime fun. Ouch. The game audio? Really? It could be because I'm not wearing a headset. But I'll adjust it here in a second. Let me check. Okay, I turned it down a bit. I might have accidentally turned it up somehow. should be a little bit better now. Hopefully the balance is better now. Just let me know otherwise. If it's not, fuck you, man. I perfect blocked that. Give me my perfect block reward. He just smacked me with his, like, mustache tentacles. Sharpen again. I had a friend too that he's the one who got me into the DNF duel game. Actually, he was playing a demo of it, and I was playing the demo with him and honestly having a fucking blast with him. He and I played the Persona fighting game together too. Like, I played it way back in the day, like when the Persona fighting game first came out. I was playing it, and I had a lot of fun with it, honestly. And I played online a bit with it. Not super balanced, definitely a lot of infinites in it, and I was not super skilled in it, but I still had fun with it. And so my friend was like interested in playing it. He really wanted to play it, so he and I played it, and I like remembered how much fun I had with it. And I had a really good time for a few days there. We were playing it like every day. But he was more of like the I want to play Street Fighter and get really good at Street Fighter type, and I'm more of like the I've already played Street Fighter and I don't need to play it anymore. Like, I was already disappointed by everything 5 was about, so I wasn't super hyped on getting 6. And then I did get 6, and I played it, and 6 was fun. It was honestly a step in the right direction for Street Fighter as a whole. But even the developers themselves were basically like, Street Fighter 6 is what Street Fighter 5 should have been. So it feels like we're just getting the real Street Fighter 5 now. I don't know, all of like the mechanical stuff they changed in 6, like that they updated from the game into 6, just doesn't feel as tight or as interesting to me. Maybe I'm just getting older and I just don't have the same interest in fighting games that I once did. Who knows? DOA 6. They ruined it. Honestly, I can't get into DOA. I've never been able to. DOA is not my fighting game. I bought 5. I think I even bought like a collector's edition of 5 when it came out, thinking I would play it a whole bunch. I played it like half a dozen times, and then I bought it again on Steam for like super cheap because they had like Momiji in it and stuff, and I was like, oh cool, I'll play Momiji. It's just not for me. DOA is not my game. Same with like Virtua Fighter. Virtua Fighter and DOA feel very samey to me, and the kind of like fighting game that they are Just I can't. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because there's like it's not. It doesn't have like interesting supers or specials, or maybe because the characters all feel very samey to me that I just like I can't really sink my teeth into like DOA or Virtua Fighter. But I'm not surprised, honestly, that DOA 6 is underwhelming. Cool. Is there a coin over here? No. So that guy just happened to have one in his game. You know, I thought I'd play that like League of Legends fighter when it would come out. Project whatever the hell it's called now. But it's a tag game. I just am not a fighting game, like a tag fighting game player, you know? I'm just not. I don't know what it is, but like when there are tag mechanics in a game, it's just harder. Maybe it's too many things for me to focus on. Or the emphasis on tag games having like ridiculously long, damn near infinites in a lot of them. I honestly can't say for sure what it is about tag fighting games, but they never do it for me. But I mean, honestly, I don't know. I probably won't really get into like Mortal Kombat's the only one I feel anything for now because I just like enjoy playing Mortal Kombat by myself. Like it's a game I enjoy for me. Whereas most fighting games I enjoy because of the people I play with. So it's like even if they release like a super amazing Street Fighter now that I'd be super into, I don't know how much I could really get into it because I don't have like a friend base who plays it anymore. If that makes sense. What time is it? I still got time. Been farting around in Monster Hunter for a while now. Actually, let's check our map real fast. Let's check the Wounded Hollow and shit. Lullabarina, I think we already have both. We might not have a mini crown. We don't. We only have a large. All right, let's give Lullabarina a chance for a mini crown here before we go back to mindlessly hunting New Udra.
I'll get ready to.
No crown. What else was there? What's releasing in June? Switch 2, which I probably won't get at launch. Bunch of Switch 2 related things. These are all Switch 2 related. There's like nothing. July. It's Donkey Kong. Fuck me, there's like nothing. August is Metal Gear Solid. Wow, there's like nothing. It's looking a little bleak for game releases in the next few months, which is weird because I could have sworn there was like several games I was looking forward to. You know, I heard a little while back now that they were working, like, that Space Marine 3 is in development, right? Like, it hasn't even been that long since Space Marine 2 was made, and that's great for them that it was so... Was that a mini crown? Oh my fucking god, I love you. That's amazing. I am kind of in shock that it actually happened. I'm gonna swap. But yeah, Space Marine 3 being in development, it's cool and all that it's in development. I appreciate it. You know, I'm glad they were successful, that they're happy, that they were able to, you know, take Space Marine 2 and turn that success into a Space Marine 3, especially after Space Marine 1. But the time between 1 and 2 was so long, and there was no guarantee we would ever get a sequel because it really wasn't that successful. That's awesome, but at the same time, it's like a lot of people are expecting you to release content for Space Marine, you know, 2 for like at least a couple years, right? For at least this entire year and in the foreseeable future because it was so popular, right? And you basically put out a roadmap for all the content you're going to be putting out within the first year of the game. And lo and behold, you're now saying that you're developing the next game already? It's like, how much content are we really going to actually get, you know? I feel like we're now going to be gypped on our potential content in Space Marine 2, all because you're spending your resources and time to develop Space Marine 3. Which, you know, make it as good of a game as you possibly can make. I'm all for that. But at the same time, it's like sad, because I was expecting a lot more out of Space Marine 2. And when I see like when you see the amount of content they've put in the game so far, like post-launch, and how slow things are going with the development of like the post-launch content, it makes perfect sense that they're spending most of their resources on developing Space Marine 3 instead of really fleshing out stuff in Space Marine 2. Because the next big patch, it's adding like one new map, one new weapon, and prestiging for PvE. It's like, who gives a shit about prestiging your PvE character when there's not enough stuff to keep you like playing the PvE? When you've done every map a dozen times and beat every map on the highest difficulty, and you're already at like max level, what is left for you to do? Absolutely nothing. And it's not like, oh, you already spent 200 hours in this game, of course there's going to be nothing left. Like people bitching about the content in this game, and because there were people bitching about there being no endgame content in this game after playing like 200 hours in the first week. It's like, of course there's going to be no content. You have already exhausted everything that's going to be in the game with that much kind of playtime, right? Game, especially since it's been so many months since it's come out. So to only add 3 maps and 2 pistols into the game, no new classes, no new primary weapons, no like level cap increase, no extra skills, like things that could dynamically change how the game feels or get people to really get back into the mode, doesn't really exist. They didn't really put anything there. Like, to level up one new pistol that you might not even use anyway, like, how much is that really going to draw you back in? You know, prestiging, all it's going to do is add, like, I think, like, a couple more skill points for you, so you can min-max, like, slightly more. Like, I don't think any of these things are really gonna draw people back to the game. Okay, La Barina's done. That's cool. So I'm just kind of like disappointed that Space Marine 2, like post-launch, is, you know, kind of a waste of time. They added like a couple new enemies. Like, I was really hoping that they, I mean, granted, maybe this is a me thing, a me problem. But I was really hoping that they would add substantial content to the game post-launch. You know, like brand new enemy types. Like, instead of just being Zinch's Chaos, maybe they add Nurgle. Maybe they add, you know, some other fucking Chaos thing. Maybe Slanesh. Maybe, you know, something else. Maybe orcs. They put orcs back in. You know, they tease so many Necron-related things in that game. Maybe they put Necrons in as a faction that you're fighting against. You know, similar to, like, think about Vermintide 2. You know, Vermintide 2 has the Nurgle Chaos stuff, you have Beastmen, and then you have Skaven. 3 different, like, factions. And although some maps are guaranteed to have some, a lot of maps are kind of random, where you could have Skaven or Chaos or Beastmen show up. It could be any of them. So every time you play these maps, there's a chance it could feel completely different, because it's a completely different enemy type that is populating that map, right? Not the case in Space Marine 2. It's like you pick a map and it's guaranteed to be Chaos, or it's guaranteed to be, you know, Tyranids, right? It's going to be one or the other, and it's always going to be that thing because of the map. If they add more enemy types, maybe then they have a more of incentive to randomize what kind of enemies could be on what maps, which would add more playability overall to the game, right? That's kind of just something I was hoping for, but it's clear that that's not going to be the case now. Maybe in the next game, maybe Space Marine 3 will have more of that kind of thing to it. Who knows? I think PvE is the major draw of the Space Marine games, right? Like, you don't see a lot of people like posting clips of them doing crazy stuff in PvP or the story or any of that. It's mostly like co-oping in PvE. I think that's where a lot of people are really have like the majority of the interest is in, which is what honestly the focus of the game should be. Like the story's good, story's fine, have a cool story, that's great, but the main focus should be the PvE aspect, the leveling, the maps, the grinding, the different, weapon types, all of that stuff. That's what's going to keep people really playing the game for a while. And keep people interested in buying like cosmetic DLC and shit. Is that. So I just hope Space Marine 3 has just like considerably more. Considerably more. Because at this rate, Space Marine 2 is never going to have like a super fully interesting, fleshed out PvE co-op mode. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Ghost of Tsushima co-op. Where it's like the Ghost of Tsushima co-op was kind of like tacked on, but it felt like really fun and engaging, and then you kind of wanted there to be more to it. That's how it kind of feels like in Space Marine 2. Even though it was like a feature that wasn't tacked on and was there from the start and intended to be like a main feature. It feels like, yeah, this is a good mode and it's fun and it has a lot of potential, but it feels like it's missing that, like, really a lot of depth. Anywho. Yeah, I saw that they added PvP in Vermintide. I don't know how I feel about that or if I'm ever going to engage with it. I think it's just going to give Left 4 Dead, like, PvP vibes. And honestly, the game, like, Vermintide is already either super easy or super hard, depending on what difficulty you're playing on. And so if you're playing on, like, the easier difficulty, you're going to find PvP's probably not much of a challenge at all. But if you're playing on the hard difficulty, like, it's already, like, bullshit that you can be hit, it's like, stabbed twice by a baby rat and die. So it's like, either way, it's not going to feel like a balanced or interesting experience to do PvP, because it's a game designed for PvE. But I don't know. That could just be me. That could just be me. Other people could feel different. There could be a whole scene of people enjoying the PvP of Vermintide 2. I really don't know. That's one game I would like to see too. Is like the next Vermintide 3. I know they've got Darktide. And they're working a lot on Darktide, but you know what? Darktide, I don't know, it didn't give me the same vibes as Vermintide. Fuck you and your tentacle slapping me down at the last second. Maybe it's because I'm more of like a Warhammer Fantasy person, or maybe it's because I feel like the gunplay feels a bit clunky in Darktide. Maybe it's just the maps or the bosses or whatever it is, but I couldn't enjoy it as much as I enjoyed Vermintide, to be honest. It could be the characters, too. Vermintide has such, like, a personable bunch of characters. That's one game I put so many hours in and honestly could just pick up and play anytime is Vermintide 2. Fuck you. I don't know. Have you played PvP in Vermintide or those kinds of games? Like, what is your thoughts on it? I mean, I loved playing PvP in Left 4 Dead back in the day, but that game felt very like, you know, I didn't care too much about winning or losing a run in Left 4 Dead. It was just like shooting zombies. Can we not fight him in the fucking fire, please? I feel like I'm playing World of Warcraft where it's like, don't fight the boss in the goddamn fire, you know? What are you doing, Secret? Please. I know you're on auto run, but let's try to use our brains at least a little bit. Yeah. Need to think about what game for tomorrow. Are you oh no, okay. I was gonna say, you shouldn't be attacking the Arkveld. Leave the Arkveld alone. You don't got no eyeballs, dog. Flash don't do shit. Yep, I knew I was gonna get hit by that. Yeah, Vermintide's such a good game. I love Vermintide too. It's so much fun. I really ran the gamut of characters in that game too. In like Vermintide 1, I pretty much played Barden and he was my main almost the entire time. I think I messed with Sienna a little bit and Saltspire a little bit, but it's mainly just Barden the whole time. And in 2, I think I've mained every character at a different point. And not because of the DLC classes too, just because I picked them up and wanted to play them. There's something addicting about that little gambling at the end of the round, or getting your chest and the loot chest gambling of trying to get rare, cool gear and or weapons. The dice rolls were a thing at the end of the first game, but the dice rolls kind of felt, it was almost like you felt actively punished if you didn't get everything in a map in the first game, so you always felt like you were pushing to get everything, whereas with a loot box it just feels like it's going to be random no matter what. So it doesn't feel like as punishing if you don't do everything on the maps as you're going through them. Oy, oy, oy. Alright, who do we got? We got Lalabarina in there. Don't care. We got our own tempered new Udra. Sure, we'll go take a look. We'll go take a look and see if it's worth it. I don't have any crowns for new Udra, so small or big, I'll take.
Wow, you sure got here fast.
I'm gonna take a pic.
Over here, come on. On my way there.
Excuse me. Oh, it's a large crown. That's wild, dude. How are you gonna be a large crown on the on this look? I swear it's like when I'm actually like hunting for them, when I'm like actively paying attention and trying to get like crowns, they never are. And it's when I'm like very chilly, like not giving a shit if it is or isn't, it ends up being a crown. Didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Hey, you fight Gravios. Or not. Or don't fight him. I'm not sure if I was doing more damage with the blast, honestly. I still can't tell. Yeah, going in a circle. Fuck you.
Build authorized target site. Back to us. We received supply items. Don't let them go to waste.
You know, he doesn't feel noticeably bigger, not gonna lie. Fuck. I don't know why I bother trying to roll out of the way of that. What I really need to do is when I see him go into that animation, I need to switch to my shield. That's really the only thing you can do. You really can't get away from that shit. Oh, did I manage to take off a tentacle already? Fuck you. Commercial, fuck you, commercial. for others. Do I not have it set on auto accept?
Leave this to me.
Oh, okay.
Heels in guard. Hang on tight. Don't get shaken off.
Three Charge Blade users? God, the Charge Blade is such a popular weapon. You know what's wild is how few longswords I see. Arguably the like strongest and best weapon in, well, maybe not the strongest, but definitely one of the best weapons in the game, and absolutely like the most popular Monster Hunter weapon in general is the longsword. So to see so many charge blades and so few longswords is crazy to me. Yep, I knew I was going to take damage from that. I don't care about the tentacles. That's the one downside about that huge roll, is if I'm trying to roll sideways away from those fucking blasts, 90% of the time I just roll right into one. Chunky. Cool. Give me my crown. Made a surprising amount of progress today when it comes to crowns, honestly. I was expecting today to be mostly a wash. Like, I was expecting to hunt for crowns, but I was not expecting to actually get that many. Especially since I've already gotten a fairly good chunk of crowns in my log already. I was like, it's gonna be like really like finding needles in haystacks now. I mean, once I have all gold, like big gold crowns, it really will get a lot harder. Because mini crowns are definitely much more rare.
Since we're here, let's poke around a bit more.
Make room for me too.
Who's there, Lullabrina? Okay. Don't care. Alright, let's look at our crowns real quick. For all large crowns for the first row. We have all large crowns for the second row. We have almost all large crowns. Jindahad doesn't have any crowns, so we can ignore him. So, Guardian Doshagama needs a crown. And Otogaron needs a crown. We're missing most here. Only Rathian here. And then only need Gravios. We probably don't need Mizutsune because it's post launch monster. But we need Gravios and Blaganga. So we're only missing how many large crowns are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're only missing 7 big crowns to have every monster crowned. Every large crown monster. Well, not including Mizutsune or the ones that you can't get crowns for, like these two or Jindahad. Do we have large crowns for all of the Leviathans now? We have Uthduna, we have New Udra, we have Raydao, we have Arkveld, we have Gormagala. Like every major monster, every like major endgame monster we have the large crown for. Let's see how it looks on my profile. Yeah, how about that? How about that? That's pretty cool. So what we need... We are Fashion Hunter. Oh, look at all these people. Everybody dancing. How the heck do you do, like, emotes? That's what I want to know. It's gestures, right? But they all have, like, dialogue that comes with them. I don't care. Anywho, what were the monsters we were looking for? He was a big one, Doshagama, so that we could start hunting him. Cause I don't have either size of him or Yen Kuku. I doubt a lot of people make investigations for this fucking little bitch though. Or Gravios. So these two would be the next priority, I guess, to randomly join quests for. Until we get a crown. Though these ones, this will be tough now, because these two I have to basically either get lucky and randomly join a mini crown, or someone will have to stay. Because Raydao, the only reason I have Raydao's mini crown is because someone said in chat that they had the mini crown quest. Jesus Christ, look how long that fucking lance is, dog. You know, one thing we could check out real fast. Because I think I'm kind of at my limit for Monster Hunter for the day, honestly. But I could get your opinion real fast on my... Oh, right, I have Alma's outfit, other outfit. Make her wear her other outfit, because why not? Shit, no, that's not what I want to do. Here. We have this, we're going to, oops, gonna save over this. So this is what I have currently, right? This is what I'm wearing. I tried to make one with Zoshia's stuff, but I honestly don't really like how it looks. This is my classic look right here, which I'm definitely a fan of. I really still like this look a lot. But I also like it with Gormagala's helm. So this is, oops, supposed to be like red. Yeah, like that. So I was rocking this. Like this was the other look I was like rocking, which is like cool. I still really like how this looks. You know, I really like this. It's just literally just the neck that was killing me. Cause like this isn't that bad, but whenever you like look up, it really looks weird. The neck looks super weird. Maybe because I have a beard. I don't know. I honestly don't know which one I like more. I'm gonna set this one though instead of this. Much better, yeah, yeah. The recolor is way better, for sure. Yeah. Because I do like the new Udra look too. I really like the helmet torso combo I had with that. Obviously because the legs are the same. But like the overall feel, I really love the battle armor chest. It looks so cool. It's very almost like Geralt-y. Very like Witcher-like. With the extra like weapons and swords on your back. Like it looks like I have a fucking weapon for every occasion here. I got 3 swords plus my weapon plus a fucking like katana on my backside or whatever that is. Like wakizashi, I'm not even sure. It's like just so many fucking weapons on my back. They're really going nuts over here with this dance shit. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see what monsters are out and about right now. Blagunga. Got a tempered Mizutsune. That's tempting. That's tempting. Oh, you know what? Let's check the fucking dude. See if he can sell me the thing I'm looking for.
Somebody wants to make a trade.
God, why don't you ever have it? Like, just have it. Please. I just want to craft these frickin' leggings, man. How am I gonna make your Suja stuff if you never have it available to trade? Should have a few armor spheres now. We can upgrade our armor a bit. Let's do it from box. $16, nice. That's actually pretty good. It's a decent amount to upgrade a few times, I would say. But I kind of want to wait on using any of my spheres to upgrade armor, because if I upgrade the waist, if I get the waist that I want, the Suja waist, I may want to use all of my armor spheres to fully upgrade it so it's on par with the other things. But at the same time, I want to know what kind of skills and stuff it has available, because I may need to swap out some of these other armor pieces for other things, depending on my deco setup, you know? So I don't want to invest the armor spheres into these armor pieces that may or may not stick around, you know? I must have closed that window. Hmm. Doesn't seem anyone online has any information about more consistent or like getting them to have the fucking items I need to trade, you know?
Help too. Somebody wants to make a trade. Bye.
Let's see, if I rest, I can't rest, dear God. Bless America. I just want the damn Suja waste.
You sure got here fast.
Why you gotta make it so annoying for me to get this? There it is. I can only buy one. Oh, and there's a dragon scale vase, not a wyvern scale vase. Dragon scale, so it's the rare one. Hopefully I only need one. I imagine I'll only need one. Please, please, please only need one.
Anything catch your eye?
Is that the bottom? No, these are just glasses. Suja, there it is. You need 3? Cool waist, though. Be awesome if I was playing a samurai-looking character using a longsword. Oh, that's painful. That's painful. You need 3 of those. You can only do like one at a time, huh? Or no, it's just one. No, it says trade limit. They have no more left. So you can only do one every time it shows up. Wow, they made that as annoying as they possibly could. Well, I'd have to get 2 more of them anyway, right? 2 more of those dragon scale thingy majiggies.
I heard from the others. Oh, that's a Gormagala right there. He's fine though. If you use a mini crown, I definitely would have grabbed him. Unless I already, do I already have a mini crown? I don't think I do. I think I only have a large crown. But if he had that mini crown, oh boy, that would have been amazing.
I'll just hop off for now.
Can't believe I'm farming for this crap. Why did they have to make getting this one particular armor piece so incredibly tedious? This is not where I want to be.
I gathered some materials too. Check your field pouch.
I think I already did 15, 12.
It's like 18, 12, 15, 16, like 18 and 20, I think were the areas. Yeah, there's a bunch right here.
I found a bunch too.
No dragon vase, huh? Really don't want me to have a good time, do ya?
Wow, you sure got here fast.
I also need Fulcium, which I'm not even sure where you get that. Probably gonna be a while before I craft that bad boy, you know? Something I'll have to farm tediously another time, I guess. Nothing but fucking wyvern scale, no dragon skill. Alright. What's in the Wounded Hollow? Zoo-woo. Ooh, zoo-woo, 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 zoo-woo. We'll do a couple quick checks of the zoo-woo here. We're not going to get super deep into this, though. If we can get a mini crown, that'd be awesome. I don't think we have a crown for zoo-woo at all. Oh, no, we do. We have the large crown. I didn't even know I didn't even remember getting that. So basically, only mini crown. We only need mini crown, so this is the best opportunity to get it. Nice. I think I replayed BioShock Infinite a couple years ago, maybe like 3 years ago. I went back and I replayed it. Honestly, it's a great game. The game and the DLCs are super fun, super satisfying. I know there was so much hate around BioShock Infinite when it came out, but honestly, it's just a good game. I think the story is solid, the gameplay is really fun. The powers you have are most of them are really solid. Not all of them, but a lot of them are really good. Yeah. Yeah, it's good for sure. It's definitely good. I didn't mind that it didn't take place in Rapture, seeing as they already had 2 games of Rapture, and honestly, the Bioshock 2, and it's not like Bioshock 2 is a bad game. I enjoy Bioshock 2. It just wasn't as strong as 1, so it makes sense that they would want to move away. I'm surprised they actually never made another Bioshock after that, because even though Bioshock Infinite did get a lot of hate, it sold really well. It was a big success, like commercially. So it's weird that they didn't make another one. But I mean, obviously they made DLCs for it. Maybe that was their litmus to see if people were actually interested. The DLCs, I don't know how well they sold. I don't think they sold that great. But I enjoyed the DLCs. I thought they were good. But yeah, honestly, if I was going to go back and replay Bioshock again, like any of the Bioshocks, it would probably be Infinite. Because I feel like that one has the tightest gameplay. Even though the original, I'll always love the original, and it'll always have a place in my heart because it was the first Bioshock, and it kind of like it innovated in really interesting and fun ways. I feel like Infinite just took the formula and like improved on it in every way. So yeah, I feel like the only thing that Infinite didn't hypothetically do as well as the older Bioshocks is that there wasn't as much like environmental play with like elements and stuff. Because like obviously in older Bioshocks, like if there's a bunch of enemies standing in a pool of water, a big like mechanical thing is like shooting the water with electricity to like electrocute all of them and stun them, or ice, hit them with ice or something. There was a lot more like elemental stuff going on. Whereas Infinite doesn't feel like there's as much of that going on. There's like some, but it's not as strong. It's more about like really tight gunplay. But yeah, I think Infinite is the strongest of the three of Bioshocks, honestly. Might be a bit of a hot take, but I do think it is the strongest of the three games. When does Ghost of Yote come out? When is that a thing? Isn't that soon? It's just 2025. It doesn't have a month or day. Okay. Never mind. I was like, I could have sworn there's like that was coming soon, but maybe not. Maybe not so soon. I do hope that whenever it drops, that the co-op mode, well, if there is a co-op mode, I mean, there's no guarantee that there will be one, but I hope there is like another Legends mode, and that it's like way more fleshed out than the first game, or possibly even better, that they release their own Legends game, that there's a standalone separate game, based off of the model of their co-op from the first game, that is like super duper fleshed out so much to being like its own experience and its own game. Because I had so much fun playing the multiplayer of that mode. It just felt like it was a really good idea that like if it had time and space to really be fleshed out, it could have been like a great game on it in its own right. But I don't know. I might not feel the same way if it were to come out, because I would need someone to play with. I had like my buddy at the time was way more available to game, and he and I were gaming together nearly every day. So we were playing so much Ghost of Tsushima co-op. It was so much fun. It was a really good time. But obviously we're in different places in our lives now, so it might not be as viable for us to like co-op consistently. I mean, it isn't right now, so it might not, I might not have the same feelings if they were to release a crazy big co-op Tsushima experience. Okay. Couple more looks here. I'm not going to spend all night doing this, but we're going to look. We're going to look and see if we can find a mini Crown Zulu here. That would be a nice way to wrap up, would be actually getting this mini crown. This is probably the most time I've spent in a Monster Hunter. With like no like real content to experience. Like I mean like since I'm post game obviously and it's just like waiting for title updates. You know, I with Rise, I would jump in and do some of the title update stuff whenever it would come, or like with World, for example. But pretty much, I'd hunt the title update monster because there's usually only like one or two, maybe. Hunt it a couple times, be like, okay, that's fine, and then not play again until the next one dropped. You know, I feel like there was only a handful of monsters that I like actively hunted a lot, and one of them in World was. Can't remember its name, but it was like a whole like siege fight. It was this monster with like a flowing coat of like gold like scales basically, and it was huge. It was a gigantic monster, and it had a bunch of like gold scales on it, and the whole point was like to knock off the gold, and then once you knocked off all the gold like off of its body basically, the goal was to break its horns, and if you broke its horns in the time limit, like you won the fight. Like the fight was over. You didn't actually kill the thing. And that was like a whole different experience like when it came to playing that game, because it was such a different take, and you had to take such a different approach to fighting it, that was like really interesting. So I fought that thing like many times because a lot of people were figuring out even how to fight it and like the best ways to fight it. And obviously, most people who had success were using like light bow guns. Like I saw a lot of light bow gun users when I was hunting that thing. Of course, I was just sticking hammer. I was hammer only all the time, which was helpful for helping to break the horns. Honestly, hammer's really good for like breaking monster parts on their heads. But that thing, like, that was the first time I think I spent a lot of time hunting just like one monster. And then when Safi Jiva dropped, I definitely hunted that many times. I think I fell off on World once Elatrion was introduced, because Elatrion was like a hard DPS check, and I didn't have the DPS to solo it. And even in like a group, it was still a big struggle because he could one-shot you so easily, and he had his like big nuke. It's one thing I'm not a huge fan of in World especially, is there was too many monsters with like arena-wide nukes. That was basically like you either did the exact thing you needed to do to not get nuked, or you just lost the hunt right there and then. Probably not as big of a deal in a game like Rise or in a game like this, where it's like, okay, if that were to happen, you'd only lose like maybe 15 minutes of hunting. But in World, that could be like 40 minutes of hunting this Elder Dragon lost in like 2 seconds because you couldn't do enough DPS fast enough, or you couldn't knock this rock down in time, or you accidentally destroyed this rock when you were supposed to use it to hide behind, and now it's gone, so you're fucked. That's to me, that's a less fun mechanic of Monster Hunter, is that. I'm not a big fan of DPS like race checks anyway in boss fights, because it feels like it's pushes like too much of a meta feeling, like you feel like you're either running meta or you're gonna lose, and to me that's not what Monster Hunter is about. It's about just hunting the monster and having a good time with what you enjoy. Because like my nephew is kind of into Monster Hunter, right? He wants to like play Monster Hunter with me and kind of get into the game. I don't think he has the patience or the desire to really get into the true depths of Monster Hunter and like the min-maxing and figuring out exactly like what he should do to make his build really good and all of that. But he'll ask me, right? He'll ask me when we're playing together, like, what's the best weapon? What's the best weapon? He just wants to use the best weapon. And I'm like, well, there really isn't a best weapon, you know? Like, Monster Hunter's not about using the best weapon and you know, all of that. It's about using the weapon that you like. The best weapon is the weapon that you know how to use and that you enjoy using. That's what the best weapon is, because ultimately Monster Hunter is about having fun with whatever weapon you're using, because you're going to use it all the time. You're going to figure it out. You're going to spend most of your hunts using that weapon. Now maybe you use a couple different weapons, But he's not like gonna play like that. He's just gonna use the weapon that he wants to use, and he'll just stick with that weapon forever and not like swap in between them. So like the last time when because we played Rise together, and we played a fair amount of Rise together, even though I was mostly just carrying through almost every fight. I was using the longsword and he was using sword and shield because sword and shield is so simple to use. But I don't think he ever like took the time to like learn how the sword and shield is actually played. Because I would watch him play and he would be kind of just like, I would see him just like mashing away on some buttons, and he was, it's not like he wasn't doing anything. He was still doing stuff. He could hunt monsters, he could fight them all by himself, but I don't think he was really getting the true ebb and flow of like how the weapon was working. And it's fine. I mean, you can still have fun even doing it that way. That's all good. But I'm just trying to say, like, that's his style. Is he's just gonna get in there with the weapon, he's gonna hit buttons, and he's gonna have a good time, is what he's about. But yeah, so it's like there is no like best weapon. The best weapon is just the weapon you have fun with. That's all that really matters in Monster Hunter. So having monsters that like kind of force you into positions where you want to go to the meta just to fight the thing. No, I get it. These are like post-game monsters. These are super end-game, like final update monsters that are meant to like test the mettle of like your strongest builds of all of the time that you've put into this game and like test you at the peak of your ability. I understand that, but it should still have some freedom for people who don't play Monster Hunter 24/7 to have a chance at success against these things without a super meta build, you know? Because I don't think, I mean, only the hardcore people are going to super min-max the fucking game. But at the same time, I guess you could argue that only the hardcore fan base is still going to be playing the game like a year after launch. Most people have probably moved on by then. So I don't know. I guess I can see it both ways. I'm just not at the end of the day, I'm not going to be a fan of like a DPS race like Monster. But I guess I'm kind of against the spirit of Monster Hunter in general in that regard, you could say, because I know a big part of the Monster Hunter games is killing the monsters as fast as humanly possible, and it's all about like your damage, doing so much damage, you're able to kill the monster like incredibly fast. And I know in previous games it was all about just clear times. It's like comparing your clear times with friends. How fast can you clear this monster or whatever, you know? But I guess I don't know. I'm not in line with that spirit of Monster Hunter. Because I've never cared about how fast I clear the monster. I only care about if I won. Did I beat the monster? Did I have fun? That's the only metric I ever cared about. I probably only cared about like monster clearing speeds once I started playing Rise and I realized just how fast you could actually clear monsters. Alright, Zuo, I'm starting to hit my limit here for mini crown finding. What are we gonna play tomorrow, though? What is gonna be the game for tomorrow? Right now, my brain is telling me Balatro because that's the only thing I can think of that I feel like I could really get into. And literally every single person I've talked to that has played Balatro is basically like, oh yeah, I'm fully addicted to that game now. Like, I just play it all the time. And I'm like, okay. Sounds like a good time. I'm also looking forward to Slay the Spire 2, whenever that happens, because I really enjoy Slay the Spire Run. I feel like there's not enough content in it for me to keep playing it. Even though I know there's like you can clear progressively more difficult towers and stuff, which is interesting, but it's like if I'm not getting any like meta progression out of it, if the decks for these characters are never going to have more cards to make them more interesting, I feel like I'm kind of done, you know? That's like I can already see the potential, and it's like if I have every deck, like every card available for all of these decks, I already know kind of like what builds are possible and when like I'm going to get a successful run or not. Simply based on, oh, is that a mini crown? Fuck yes. But yeah, I already know when I'll have a successful run or not, just based off of the fact that I know the decks and know what's available. And if I don't get the cards I need early enough, then I'm just going to like lose. It's going to be an unsuccessful run. I don't really like that idea, you know? But if you think about a roguelike like Binding of Isaac, for example, you know, you could come across any item at any time that would completely and dramatically change your run from a failed one to a successful one, you know? So I feel like in that regard, Slay the Spire is kind of lacking. I think it needs like 3 times as many possible cards in it so that you feel like at any moment you could get a really good card that could dramatically like help you out. Or I feel like it's either you built correctly and you're doing the right thing right now, or you're just not going to have a successful run. It's pretty much how it is at the moment. Look how tiny. Look how little he's a little baby. I need you to have a wound or something, please. Or I need to get a perfect block here. There it is. Wow, so look at all these charge blades, dude. There's so many charge blades. Like every quest we're like running with at least 1 or 2 other charge blade users. It's crazy how popular charge blade is in this game. Maybe it's just like way more accessible in this game. I know I never used it in previous games because it always felt like really weird to use. Maybe I should start using the longsword, you know? Switch to being longsword user. No, it's fine. I don't mind if other people are using the charge blade. It doesn't bother me as much. I'll make it good for you, you know? Can you fucking sharpen your blade, please? Yeah, that's fair. Oh, am I stunned too? Well, oh no, I'm the only one who's stunned. No. I don't want you to eat the fucking the ancient potion. It's not necessary. I need you to sharpen though. Thank you. I'm getting like staggered from my teammates' attacks, and it's causing me to mess up my like button inputs here. I'm hitting other things that are after what I'm trying to do. Zuu is such an interesting monster. I'm so glad they added like octopus type monsters. I mean, I love octopuses, they're my favorite animal, hence my name. Oh, he's dead. Cool, we got that mini crown. Very cool, very cool. You're welcome for the mini crown, everyone who joined. Alright, Zuwu's done. Alright, pretty successful day of crown hunting, I will say. Let's do a quick little recap before we call it on the crowns that we actually got. I guess this is fine, we can be here. Today we got, what, Lalabrina's mini crown. We got Uthduna's large crown. We got Ray Dow's large crown. We got Hirabami's large crown. We got New Udra's large crown. We got Zuwu's mini crown. And that's it. That's all of them. The rest of them we already had. So we had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 crowns today. 1 crown for every hour we were streaming. Relatively. You know, that's not bad. It's not bad. I'll take it. I will take it. Meal's almost out. Let's just eat a meal and then we'll wrap it up there. Alrighty. Well, that was a pretty successful day of crown hunting. We obviously did some other stuff. We crafted our talisman. We tried to get that sash, and obviously it's going to be a real pain in the ass to get the rest of the stuff needed for it. Oh, it's available now. If only I had more dragon scale faces. I'm going to need 2 more of those. We also need the Fulcium ore as well. Yeah. Anywho, we're gonna wrap it up for there. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching me stream on a Monday. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try to shoot for probably around 1 o'clock. Yeah, I think we're gonna try to shoot for 1 o'clock. It could be a bit later, because like I said, I do have stuff I gotta do earlier, and I need to make sure I eat before I stream. So at the latest, I would say you can expect me at about 3 o'clock. So sometime between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock, I'll be streaming. If I start at 1, I'll end a little bit, you know, like I'll go for a decent amount of time. I'll probably end at the same time either way. I'll probably end, or I'll go from till about 7 o'clock, I want to say Pacific. So if I start at 1, I'll go from 1 to 7. If I start at 3, it'll be 3 to 7, you know. Either way, you know, I'll be on tomorrow regardless. I don't know what I'll be streaming yet. It won't be Monster Hunter. So, yeah, expect something different. Thanks for watching and hanging out. Appreciate you being here. I will see you tomorrow. I hope you have a good night. And yeah, have a good one. Take it easy.